They called her the Ghost of the Mountain, a woman who didn't exist on any census, map, or payroll. Asena Vance preferred it that way. In a world ruled by apex predators and shifting beasts, anonymity was the only shield a fragile human had against the dark. She survived by adhering to 3 unbreakable rules: stay hidden, stay human, never get involved. Breaking them didn't just mean getting fired. For Asena, it meant being found by the monster she had spent 5 years running from. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. On a Tuesday that smelled of pine needles and impending rain, Asena looked through her binoculars and saw the one thing that would force her to burn her rulebook to ash: a nursery engulfed in flames. Chapter 1. The glass walls of the fire tower usually offered a sanctuary of silence, elevated 100 feet above the tree line of the Northern Territory. For Asena Vance, this isolation wasn't a job requirement. It was a survival strategy. She sat on the edge of her swivel chair, the worn fabric scratching against her legs, scanning the endless sea of spruce and fir. The radio on the desk remained dormant, a heavy black brick that she prayed would never crackle to life. Silence meant safety. Silence meant that Harold, the man whose phantom breath she still felt on the back of her neck in her nightmares, hadn't found her yet. She absent-mindedly traced the jagged scar running from her collarbone to her shoulder, a tactile reminder of the laboratory she had escaped. Here, in the wild lands of the Shifter King, humans were considered little more than cattle or curiosities, but at least the wolves killed you quickly. Harold's methods were far slower, far more surgical. That was why she had chosen the Northern Pack's territory to hide in. Alpha Alarick was known as the Ruthless King, a man so terrifying that even bounty hunters refused to cross his borders. It was the perfect cover. The monster outside the gates kept the monster from her past at bay. Asena stood up, stretching her cramped limbs, her eyes never leaving the horizon. Her daily routine was a ritual of paranoia. Check the perimeter. Check the trap door. Check the emergency bag packed with fake IDs, cash, and scent-masking spray. She was a ghost haunting a tower, living on borrowed time. The sun was beginning to dip, casting long, bruising shadows across the valley floor. It was the time of day when the wolves would begin their patrols, shifting into their massive timber forms to run the borders. Usually she would lock the hatch and dim the lights, making herself invisible until dawn. But today, the air felt heavy, charged with a static that made the hair on her arms stand up. It wasn't a storm. She knew the smell of ozone and rain. This was something else, something bitter and metallic, like copper wire burning in a campfire. Asena frowned, pressing her forehead against the cool glass. She wiped away a smudge of condensation, narrowing her eyes at a specific patch of dense forest to the east. The map on the wall had that area circled in red ink with a single word written in the center: restricted. It was rumored to be the Alpha's private retreat, a place where even his beta wasn't allowed to tread without invitation. Asena respected the red ink. She respected the boundaries of apex predators because she wanted to keep her head attached to her shoulders. But as she watched, a thin gray ribbon curled up from the canopy in that forbidden sector. It wasn't the white, puffy smoke of a campfire or a chimney. It was dark, oily, and growing thicker by the second. Asena's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of warning. Smoke in the restricted zone meant one of two things. Either the Alpha was burning something he didn't want the world to see, or the Ruthless King was under attack. Both options screamed at her to turn away, to lock the door and pretend she saw nothing. But then the wind shifted, carrying the smoke higher, and the gray ribbon turned into a black pillar of disaster. The engine of the battered ranger truck roared in protest as Asena floored the gas pedal, the tires spitting gravel and mud as she careened down the mountain road. Her hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, her knuckles practically bursting through the skin. She was breaking rule number 1: stay hidden. By leaving her post and driving toward the smoke, she was putting herself on the radar of every patrol wolf in a 10-mile radius. But the logic that usually governed her life had been silenced by a visceral, gut-churning instinct that told her time was running out. The closer she got to the restricted zone, the thicker the air became. It wasn't just wood smoke anymore. It was the acrid, chemical stench of accelerant, gasoline, or maybe something volatile and magical used by rogues. Asena coughed, pulling the collar of her shirt up over her nose, her eyes watering as she navigated the twisting, unmapped logging roads. This deep in the territory, the trees grew thick and ancient, their branches interlocking to block out the dying sunlight. It was a natural fortress, designed to keep intruders out, or to keep secrets in. Her mind raced through the possibilities. If Alpha Alarick was home, he would kill her for trespassing before she could even explain she was trying to help. Rumors about the king had turned darker in the last 3 months. They said his mate, the Luna Adokina, had been murdered in a brutal coup, and since then, the king had descended into madness. He didn't take prisoners. He took heads. Asena swallowed the lump of fear in her throat. Turn back, her survival instinct screamed. Turn back and live. But the truck crested the final ridge, and the scene below shattered her hesitation. The cabin wasn't a cabin at all. It was a sprawling, fortified timber lodge hidden in a valley dip, and it was being consumed by a living wall of fire. The flames weren't natural. They licked at the sky with unnatural shades of violet and orange, roaring like a captured beast. But it wasn't the fire that made Asena slam on the brakes, sending the truck skidding sideways. It was the silence. There were no alarms, no shouting guards, no coordinated bucket lines. The area was eerily, terrifyingly quiet, save for the crackle of timber and the roar of the blaze. Asena killed the engine and threw the door open, stumbling out into the heat. The temperature was already searing, singeing the fine hairs on her arms. She reached for the radio on her belt to call for backup, to alert the main pack house, but she froze. If this was an assassination attempt, the comms might be compromised. If she broadcasted her location, she might be calling the killers right to her. She scanned the perimeter, her ranger training kicking in. The gate was smashed inward, the iron twisted as if hit by a battering ram. And there, lying in the tall grass near the porch, was a body. A massive man, naked. A shifter who had died mid-change. His throat had been torn out. Asena clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream, the metallic taste of bile rising in her throat. This wasn't a forest fire. This was a slaughter. She should run. She should get back in the truck, reverse all the way to the border, and never look back. She took a step toward the vehicle, her hand reaching for the door handle, when a sound cut through the roar of the fire. It was high-pitched, thin, and terrified. It wasn't the howl of a wolf. It was the cry of a child. The sound rooted Asena to the spot, paralyzed by a horror that superseded her fear of death. It came again, a jagged, wailing scream of pure distress, joined a second later by another, softer cry. Babies. There were babies inside the burning building. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The restricted zone, the secrecy, the heavy guard presence. It wasn't an armory or a strategy room. It was a safe house, and whoever had slaughtered the guards outside had done it to get to the children inside. Asena didn't think. She didn't calculate the odds or consider the fact that she was a 100-pound human woman wearing a polyester uniform running into an inferno that would melt steel. Rule number 3, never get involved, dissolved in the heat. She sprinted toward the lodge, ducking as a burning beam from the porch collapsed, sending a shower of sparks raining down on her hair. She batted them away, her eyes stinging, her lungs burning with every inhale of the superheated air. "Is anyone there?" she screamed, her voice cracking. "Hello?" No answer but the fire. She reached the front door, which hung off its hinges, blackened and charred. The heat rolling out of the hallway was physical, a wall of force that tried to push her back. Asena dropped to her knees, where the air was marginally cleaner, and crawled inside. The floorboards seared her palms and knees through her clothes. The smoke was a thick, suffocating blanket, reducing visibility to mere inches. She followed the sound of the crying, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. To her left, the kitchen was fully engulfed, the cabinetry exploding in bursts of flame. To her right, a staircase was already half gone, but the crying was coming from the back, down a long hallway that seemed to be the only part of the structure still fighting the inevitable. Asena crawled faster, coughing violently, her vision blurring. She passed another body, a woman this time, a nanny or a guard, slumped against the wall with defensive wounds on her arms. Asena forced herself not to look, to focus only on the sound. Wah! The cry was desperate now, choking on smoke. "I'm coming," Asena choked out, though she knew they couldn't understand her. "I'm coming, hold on." She reached the door at the end of the hall. It was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, but the latch had been melted or broken. She threw her shoulder against it, ignoring the scream of pain from her bruised muscles, and tumbled into the room. It was a nursery. The air here was slightly clearer, but the heat was intense enough to blister skin. In the center of the room, surrounded by burning curtains and creeping flames, stood 3 cribs. Asena scrambled to her feet, rushing to the first one. Inside was a baby boy with a tuft of dark hair, his face red and wet with tears, screaming at the top of his lungs. This was the loud one, Geri. In the next crib, another boy, quieter, watched the flames with wide, terrified eyes that seemed too old for an infant, Boris. And in the last crib, the smallest of them all, a baby girl was coughing weakly, her tiny fist clutching the blanket, Tala. They were all staring at her with eyes that weren't human. They were liquid silver, glowing in the darkness of the smoke. Shifter children. Alpha blood. The realization that she was standing in the presence of the Northern Pack's heirs should have terrified her. These weren't just babies. They were royalty, the most protected creatures in the kingdom. But right now they were just small, helpless things about to die. Asena grabbed Geri first, tucking him against her chest. He immediately latched onto her uniform, his tiny claws pricking her skin, but his screams subsided into whimpers. She reached for Boris next, scooping him up with her other arm. He buried his face in her neck, trembling. 2 babies. She only had 2 arms. Panic flared in her chest. She looked at Tala, the smallest one, who was barely moving in the 3rd crib. The fire had eaten through the far wall and was now licking at the legs of the cribs. Asena didn't have a choice. She adjusted Geri and Boris, shifting them to one hip, an impossible feat of adrenaline-fueled strength, and reached over to grab the little girl. She bundled Tala against her chest, creating a pouch with her own body, shielding them as best she could. "I've got you," she whispered, her voice a ragged rasp. "I've got you." She turned to the door, but a terrifying groan from above stopped her in her tracks. The ceiling, the main support beam, eaten away by the fire, was giving way. There was no time to run, no time to make it back down the hallway. Asena saw the massive timber shift, saw the darkness of the collapsing roof coming down like a hammer. Instinct took over. She couldn't outrun it, so she had to withstand it. She dove into the corner of the room, the furthest point from the flames, and curled into a ball on the floor. She tucked her head down, pulling the 3 infants deep into the sanctuary of her embrace, using her own back, her own fragile human spine, as their only shield against the crushing weight of the house. Crack! The sound was deafening, louder than a gunshot. The roof came down. Asena felt a blinding, white-hot agony explode across her back and shoulder as debris slammed into her. The breath was knocked out of her lungs in a brutal whoosh. The floor shook, and for a moment the world was nothing but dust, heat, and pain. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She could feel the sticky wetness of blood running down her side, but beneath her, in the small pocket of space she had created, she felt movement. A tiny hand gripping her shirt. A cough. They were alive. Asena's vision began to swim, black spots dancing in front of her eyes. The pain was receding, replaced by a cold, numbing sensation that terrified her more than the fire. She was fading. She tried to lift her head, to push the debris off, but her limbs refused to obey. Through the gap in the wreckage, she saw the door to the nursery, or where the door used to be. The fire was swirling there, angry and bright. And then, the light changed. A shadow blocked the flames. It was massive, filling the entire doorway. A beast. No, a man. A man who radiated so much power that the fire seemed to shrink back from him. He was covered in soot, his clothes torn, his eyes glowing with a feral, murderous gold light. He looked like a demon rising from hell to claim a soul. He stepped into the room, his gaze locking onto her broken form in the corner. Asena tried to speak, tried to tell him the babies were safe, but all that came out was a wheeze. The man's nostrils flared, inhaling the scent of the burning room, the blood, and beneath it all, the scent of her. Ash! She thought deliriously as the darkness finally pulled her under. Ash and wildflowers. The last thing she saw before the blackness claimed her completely was the ruthless alpha lunging toward her, his roar shaking the very foundations of the dying house. Chapter 2. Consciousness returned to Asena not as a flood, but as a slow, agonizing trickle of sensation. The first thing she registered was the cold. It was a sharp, biting chill that seeped into her bones, a violent contrast to the searing inferno that had been her last memory. She tried to flinch away from the cold, to curl into a ball for warmth, but her body refused to obey. Her arms were heavy, dragged down by a weight she couldn't identify. Then came the sound, a rhythmic, relentless beep, beep, beep that drilled into her skull like an ice pick. She forced her eyes open, her eyelids feeling like sandpaper. The world was a blur of sterile white tiles and blinding fluorescent lights. Panic surged in her chest, a primal spike of adrenaline that cut through the fog of painkillers. The fire, the roof, the babies. Asena gasped, jerking upright, or trying to. Metal clattered against metal, and a sharp tug on her wrist slammed her back against the thin mattress. She looked down, her vision clearing enough to see the reality of her situation. She wasn't in a recovery room. She was shackled. Thick, industrial-grade steel cuffs bound her wrists to the metal rails of the hospital bed. The skin around the cuffs was already chafed and red, suggesting she had been fighting against them even in her sleep. She pulled again, uselessly, the metal rattling echoes in the silent room. Geri? Boris? Her voice was a ruin, a rasp of broken glass and smoke inhalation. She coughed. a dry, hacking spasm that tore at her throat and made her ribs scream in protest. She looked around wildly. The room was empty. No cribs. No nurses. Just her, the machines, and a single heavy steel door with a small, reinforced window. Asena slumped back against the pillows, her heart hammering against the sensor taped to her chest, making the monitor beep faster. Beep, beep, beep. She was alive. That was the first miracle. The roof had collapsed. She remembered the crushing weight, the heat, the darkness. She remembered shielding the triplets. If she was here, someone must have pulled her out. But where were the children, and why was she handcuffed like a criminal? The realization hit her like a bucket of ice water. She wasn't just a survivor. She was an intruder found in a restricted zone where the Alpha's heirs had almost burned to death. To the Northern Pack, she wasn't a hero. She was a suspect, a trespasser, maybe even the arsonist. Asena squeezed her eyes shut, fighting the rising tide of hysteria. She checked her mental inventory. Her back felt like it was on fire, bandaged tight, probably burned or broken. Her head throbbed. But the worst pain was the fear. If they ran her prints, if they checked her DNA against the national database, they wouldn't just see a forest ranger. They would see Asena Vance, the escaped subject, the property of Harold. Being in a wolf prison was bad. Being sent back to the lab was a fate worse than death. She had to get out. She tugged at the cuffs again, scanning the room for anything. A pin, a clip, a loose screw. But the room was meticulously bare. It was a cell dressed up as a hospital. She was trapped in the wolf's den, and she had the sinking feeling that the owner was coming home. The heavy steel door didn't open. It was thrown open with enough force to dent the wall. The sound reverberated through the small room like a thunderclap, silencing the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor for a split second before Asena's heart rate skyrocketed, sending the machine into a frantic wail. She scrambled backward on the bed, pressing her spine against the cold metal headboard, her eyes wide as the doorway filled with darkness. Alpha Alarick entered the room. Asena had seen photos of the King of the North. In the newspapers, he was a handsome, if stern, figure in a tailored suit. The man standing before her now bore no resemblance to those pictures. This man was a nightmare made flesh. He was massive, his broad shoulders blocking out the corridor light. He was stripped to the waist, his skin smeared with soot, ash, and dried blood that wasn't his own. His chest heaved with ragged, furious breaths, as if he had run all the way from the burning cabin to the hospital wing. But it was his face that terrified her the most. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated violence. His jaw was clenched so tight a muscle ticked beneath the stubble on his cheek. His eyes were dark, shadowed by exhaustion and grief, but burning with a lethal intensity that pinned Asena to the mattress. He didn't look like a man who had just been reunited with his children. He looked like a man looking for something to kill to quiet the noise in his head. He didn't speak. He just stared at her, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the air of the room. He was scenting her, testing the air for threats, for lies, for the smell of his enemies. Asena held her breath, terrified that even the sound of her exhaling would provoke him. She knew what he smelled: antiseptic, burnt hair, fear, and the lingering odor of the fire. Alarick took a step forward, the heavy combat boots he wore thudding ominously on the linoleum. Two armed guards tried to follow him in, their hands resting nervously on the hilts of their stun batons. But Alarick held up a hand without looking back. "Leave us," he growled. His voice was a low, vibrating rumble that Asena felt in her teeth. It sounded like gravel grinding together. "Alpha," one of the guards hesitated. "She's a stranger. We don't know what she—" I said, "Get out." The command was absolute, laced with an alpha tone that made the air pressure in the room drop. The guards flinched, bowed their heads in submission, and retreated, pulling the heavy door shut behind them. The lock clicked with a sound of finality. Now, it was just the two of them, the fragile human ranger and the apex predator who looked ready to tear the room apart. Alarick walked slowly toward the bed, his gaze never wavering from her face. He stopped inches from the mattress, towering over her, his shadow swallowing her whole. He leaned down, placing his hands on the bed rails on either side of her hips, trapping her. The heat radiating off his body was intense, smelling of smoke and raw, masculine power. "You," he whispered, the word dripping with venom. "You are the one found in the ashes." Asena pressed herself back until there was nowhere left to go, the metal cuffs digging painfully into her wrists. Up close, Alarick was even more terrifying. She could see the streaks of gray ash caught in his dark hair, the bloodshot veins in his eyes, and the jagged scar running down his bicep. He looked like a man holding on to his sanity by a single fraying thread. "I didn't..." Asena tried to speak, but her throat was so dry the words crumbled. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet his gaze. Showing fear to a predator only triggered their chase instinct. She had to be brave. "I didn't start it." Alarick let out a harsh, barking laugh that held no humor. "You didn't start it? A human ranger, miles from her post, just happens to be strolling through a restricted, unmapped valley at the exact moment my safe house is attacked?" He leaned closer, his face inches from hers. "Do you take me for a fool, girl? Or are you just that bad at lying?" "I saw the smoke," Asena cried out, finding her voice. "I was in the tower. I saw the smoke and I came to help. The guards were dead. There was no one else." "Liar!" Alarick roared, slamming his hand against the bed rail. The metal groaned under the impact. Asena flinched, squeezing her eyes shut. That location was a secret. Only my inner circle knew. The only way you found it is if you were given coordinates. Who gave them to you? He grabbed her chin, his fingers rough and calloused, forcing her to look at him. His grip was bruising, but not enough to break bone. Yet. Was it Ariufi? Did the rogue king pay you to open the gates? Or maybe you're one of his witches, sent to finish what the fire couldn't? "I don't know who that is," Asena pleaded, tears of frustration pricking her eyes. "I'm a ranger. My name is Asena Vance. I heard the babies crying. That's all I heard." "Don't speak of them," Alarick snarled, his eyes flashing dangerously. "You had your hands on my heirs. My guards found you curled around them. Were you protecting them? Or were you trying to steal them when the roof came down?" The accusation hung in the air, heavy and poisonous. He thought she was a kidnapper. He thought she was trying to take the only things he had left. Asena felt a spark of anger cut through her fear. She had walked into fire for those children. She had broken her body to keep the crushing weight of the house off them. "I saved them," she hissed back, her voice shaking with adrenaline. "I walked into a fire you weren't there to stop. I broke my back holding that beam up so your sons and daughter wouldn't be crushed. If I wanted to steal them, I would have run. I stayed." Alarick froze. The defiance in her eyes seemed to catch him off guard. Humans didn't yell at alphas. They cowered. They begged. But this small, battered woman with the smell of wildflowers clinging to her skin was glaring at him with the ferocity of a wolf. "You stayed," he repeated, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Or you were trapped." He released her chin and reached for the collar of her hospital gown, roughly pulling it aside to inspect the bandage on her shoulder. He was looking for a packmark. A tattoo. Anything that would link her to his enemies. But all he found was smooth, pale skin and the edge of her old scar, the one from the lab. He paused, his thumb brushing against the old, raised tissue. It wasn't a mark of a rogue pack. It was something else. "What is this?" he demanded, his suspicion shifting but not lessening. "Who are you really, Asena Vance? Because forest rangers don't have combat scars, and they don't survive burning buildings." "It's an old injury," Asena lied, her heart rate monitor picking up speed again. Beep, 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 beep. "Hiking accident." Alarick stared at her, his eyes narrowing. He didn't believe her. He could hear the lie in the rhythm of her heart. He leaned in again, intending to intimidate the truth out of her, to use his alpha aura to crush her mental defenses until she cracked and confessed who her handler was. He placed his hand flat against the mattress by her head, leaning his weight forward, trapping her in his personal space. He was going to threaten her. He was going to tell her exactly what he did to spies. But as he inhaled to deliver the ultimatum, he froze. The smell. Underneath the antiseptic, the smoke, and the fear, that scent was there again. Ash and wildflowers. It was faint, delicate, but it hit his senses with the force of a sledgehammer. It wasn't just a pleasant smell. It was a biological trigger. His inner wolf, which had been pacing in the back of his mind, howling for blood and vengeance since he saw the smoke, suddenly stopped. The beast sniffed the air. It didn't growl at the woman. It didn't want to tear her throat out. It whined. A low, needy sound that echoed in Alarick's skull. Safe. Mine. Mate. Alarick recoiled as if he had been burned. He stumbled back a step, his hand flying to his chest where his heart was suddenly thundering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He stared at Asena with wide, horrified eyes. No. It was impossible. He had a mate. A Dokina. She was dead, cold in the ground for only 3 months. The bond was supposed to be severed, the wound supposed to be fatal to his heart. It was too soon. It was blasphemy. His wolf was confused, traumatized by the fire and the grief. It was latching onto the first female it saw who smelled remotely safe. But the pull was undeniable. He looked at her, really looked at her, and instead of seeing a spy, his vision blurred, highlighting the curve of her neck, the pulse jumping in her throat. His fingers twitched with the urge to touch her, not to hurt, but to soothe, to wipe the soot from her cheek. "Get out of my head," Alarick growled, pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes. Asena stared at him, bewildered. "What?" "I said get out of my head," Alarick roared, the conflict tearing him apart. He looked at her one last time, his eyes flashing a brilliant, terrifying gold. "You are a witch. You've done something to me. You've poisoned my senses." He couldn't be near her. If he stayed in this room for another minute, he would either kill her to stop the confusion or he would do something unforgivable. Something that would betray the memory of his dead wife. "Guard!" Alarick shouted, spinning around and slamming his fist against the steel door. "Guard!" The door flew open. Beta Taurian stood there looking concerned. "Alpha? What is it? Did she confess?" Alarick didn't answer. He shoved past Taurian, gasping for air like a drowning man. He needed to get away from the wildflowers. He needed to get back to the anger. Anger was safe. This want was dangerous. "Keep her chained," Alarick ordered over his shoulder, refusing to look back at the woman in the bed. "Double the guard. No one goes in or out. If she speaks, gag her. I want her isolated until I can think straight." He stormed down the hallway, leaving Asena alone in the silence, confused, terrified, and unaware that she had just survived the interrogation, not because of her innocence, but because the monster's soul had recognized its missing half. Chapter 3. 12 hours had passed since the fire. and the north wing of the royal fortress had descended into a special kind of hell. To a human ear, the sound echoing through the stone corridors would have been distressing, the ceaseless, high-pitched wailing of infants in pain. But to the heightened senses of a werewolf, and specifically to an alpha whose instincts were wired to protect his pack, the sound was a physical assault. It felt like needles being driven into Alarick's eardrums, a relentless frequency that scraped against his sanity and left his wolf pacing frantically inside his chest. Alarick stood at the end of the hallway, his hands braced against the heavy oak table that displayed a vase of wilting lilies. His knuckles were white, the wood beneath his fingers splintering under the pressure of his grip. He hadn't slept. He hadn't eaten. He had spent the entire night coordinating the hunt for the arsonists, interrogating the survivors of the guard detail, and trying to ignore the scent of wildflowers that still clung to his clothes like a phantom. But no matter where he went in the castle, the sound followed him. His heirs were screaming. The nursery door opened, and a harried-looking wet nurse stumbled out, her apron stained with spit-up, her face pale. She was shaking her head, tears of frustration in her eyes. Behind her, the wailing intensified, a raw, hoarse sound that spoke of exhaustion and hunger. "I can't," the nurse sobbed to the head housekeeper, Katniss. "They won't latch. They won't take the bottle. The eldest, Geri, he bit me. He actually shifted his teeth and bit me." Alarick growled low in his throat, pushing off the table and storming toward them. The staff parted like the Red Sea, terrified of the volatile energy radiating off their king. "What is happening?" Alarick demanded, his voice a jagged rasp. "Why are they still crying? It has been 12 hours. Feed them." "We're trying, Alpha," Katniss said, wringing her hands in her apron. She looked exhausted, her usual stern demeanor cracking under the stress. "We've tried 3 different wet nurses. We've tried formula. We've tried goat's milk. They reject everything. They just scream and vomit up whatever we manage to force down." Alarick stared at the closed nursery door. The sound coming from inside wasn't just fussiness. It was distress. It was the sound of cubs who felt unsafe, abandoned and terrified. His heart clenched with a painful spasm of guilt. He had failed Adokina by letting them be attacked. And now he was failing to do the one thing a father was supposed to do: comfort them. He moved to push past Katniss, intending to go inside and demand his sons and daughter obey him, but a hand on his arm stopped him. Only one person in the pack had the authority to touch the Alpha when he was in this state. Dr. Corinne stood there, her white coat rumpled, a stethoscope hanging around her neck. Her face was grim, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't look afraid of him. She looked worried for him. "You can't go in there and roar at them, Alarick," Corinne said quietly, her voice cutting through the noise. "They are infants. They don't understand Alpha commands. They only understand that their world was on fire, and now the one thing that made them feel safe is gone." "I am here," Alarick snapped, pulling his arm away. "I am their father. I am the safest thing in this kingdom." "To them you smell like smoke and blood," Corinne countered, not backing down. "And you smell like grief. Cubs sense that. It scares them." She took a deep breath, glancing at the clipboard in her hand. "But it's worse than just fear, Alarick. Look at the charts. Their heart rates are dangerously high, their temperatures are spiking, and they are refusing food to the point of dehydration. Tala is already losing weight she can't afford to lose." Alarick felt the blood drain from his face. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying they are fading," Corinne said, the brutality of the medical term landing like a punch. "Shifter infants are fragile. If they experience too much trauma, their bond to the world snaps. They give up." They are rejecting us because we aren't what they need." "Then find what they need," Alarick roared, the walls shaking with the force of his command. "Get better formula. Get a different nurse. Do your job, Corinne." "I am doing my job," Corinne shouted back, matching his volume. The hallway went deathly silent. "I am telling you the diagnosis. This isn't a stomach bug. This is a psychological break. They were pulled from a fire by someone. They bonded with that someone in the moment of extreme trauma. Their instincts have latched onto a specific scent, a specific heartbeat. And until they have that anchor back, they are going to starve themselves to death to get it." Alarick froze. The image of the hospital room flashed in his mind. The woman chained to the bed. The scent of ash and wildflowers. The way his own wolf had whined and called her mate. "No," Alarick whispered, shaking his head. "She is a spy, a suspect. She is locked in the isolation ward for a reason." "I don't care if she's the devil himself," Corinne said, stepping closer, her eyes blazing. "If you want Geri, Boris, and Tala to survive the night, you need to bring her here. Now." The walk to the detention wing felt like a funeral march. Alarick moved with long, predatory strides, his boots echoing on the stone floor. But inside, his mind was a whirlwind of conflict. Every instinct he had as a king told him to keep the prisoner isolated. She was a variable he couldn't control. She had no pack, no history, and she had somehow survived a fire that melted steel beams. She was dangerous. But every step took him further away from the sound of his dying children. And the silence that replaced it was even more terrifying. Fading. The word haunted him. He had watched Adokina fade in his arms, her life bleeding out on the nursery floor. He couldn't watch it happen again. He wouldn't survive it. He reached the heavy steel door of room 404. The guards snapped to attention, their eyes widening at the sight of their alpha's thunderous expression. "Open it," Alarick commanded. The guard fumbled with the key card, the lock disengaging with a heavy clank. Alarick pushed the door open. Asena was exactly where he had left her, though she looked worse. She was curled on her side, her knees pulled to her chest, shivering despite the thin blanket. The handcuffs were still biting into her wrists. She looked up as he entered, her eyes wide and fearful, expecting another interrogation, or perhaps an execution. "Get up," Alarick said, his voice harsh. Asena scrambled to sit, wincing as the movement pulled at her injuries. "What? What's happening? Did you find—" "I said get up," Alarick snarled. He didn't wait for her to comply. He marched to the bed, pulled a key from his belt, and unlocked the cuffs. The metal clattered to the floor. Before Asena could rub her chafed wrists, he grabbed her upper arm, hauling her to her feet. She was light, alarmingly so, and she stumbled, her legs weak from the bed rest. "You're hurting me," she gasped, trying to find her footing. "I will do a lot worse than hurt you if you try to run," Alarick hissed in her ear, marching her toward the door. "You are coming with me, and you had better pray that whatever spell you cast on my children can be undone, or I will throw you off the battlements myself." "Your children?" Asena asked, stumbling to keep up with his long stride as he dragged her down the corridor. "Are they okay? Are they hurt?" Alarick didn't answer. He couldn't. The genuine concern in her voice made his wolf whine again, and he hated it. He hated that she smelled like salvation. He hated that he needed her. He tightened his grip on her arm, using her as a shield against his own failing heart as they approached the nursery. The moment the nursery door opened, the wall of sound hit Asena like a physical wave. It was deafening. The room was chaotic, smelling of soured milk, stress sweat, and the sharp ozone tang of shifter distress. Katniss and 2 other nurses were pacing the floor. holding bundles that were thrashing and screaming with a power that seemed impossible for such small lungs. Alarick shoved Asena forward, not gently. She stumbled into the center of the room, looking around wildly. Her eyes landed on Katniss, who was struggling to hold a red-faced, screaming infant. Geri. The baby was arching his back, fighting the woman with every ounce of his strength, his tiny claws tearing at her apron. "Give him to her," Alarick ordered, his voice tight. Katniss looked at Asena, then at the Alpha, eyes wide. "Alpha, she's a human, she doesn't know—" "Do it!" Alarick roared. Katniss flinched and stepped forward, practically thrusting the screaming bundle into Asena's arms. Asena didn't hesitate. Her ranger training, her fear, her confusion, it all vanished. She dropped her chin, tucking the baby against her chest, her hands moving instinctively to support his head and his bottom. She rocked back on her heels, ignoring the pain in her burned shoulder, and buried her nose in the baby's soft hair. "Shh," she whispered, a low, vibrating sound in her chest. "I've got you. You're safe. I'm here." The reaction was instantaneous. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. Geri froze mid-scream. He inhaled a ragged, hitching breath, smelling the wildflower scent of her skin. His tiny body, which had been rigid as a board, suddenly went boneless. He slumped against her, his head falling onto her shoulder, his little hand reaching up to clutch the fabric of her hospital gown. He let out a long, shuddering sigh and closed his eyes. Silence. The sudden quiet in the room was shocking. The other two babies, Boris and Tala, who were being held by the nurses, stopped screaming the moment they heard their brother stop. They turned their heads, their silver eyes locking onto Asena. They started to whine, reaching their arms out toward her, a desperate, magnetic pull that was visible to everyone in the room. Asena looked up, tears in her eyes, stunned by the weight of the child in her arms and the sudden peace that had descended. She looked across the room and locked eyes with Alarick. The Alpha was frozen near the door. He was staring at her, his face pale, his mouth slightly open. He watched his son, the heir to the throne, melt into the arms of a fugitive stranger. He watched the way the air in the room seemed to settle, the frantic energy dissipating, replaced by a warm, golden glow of contentment. It wasn't just comfort. It was biology. It was magic. Dr. Corinne stepped up beside Alarick, checking the monitor on Geri's wrist. "Heart rate normalizing," she whispered, her voice sounding like a shout in the quiet room. "Temperature dropping. He's asleep, Alarick. They've imprinted." Alarick didn't move. He couldn't. He was watching Asena Vance rock his son, realizing with a dawn of terrifying clarity that the power in this room didn't belong to the king anymore. It belonged to the nanny, and if he wanted his children to live, he was going to have to let the enemy move into his house. Chapter 4. The silence in the nursery was heavier than the screaming had been. It was a thick velvet weight that pressed against the walls, born of sudden, exhausted relief. Asena sat in the rocking chair in the corner, her body aching from the burns and the adrenaline crash, but she didn't dare move. Geri was asleep on her chest, his breathing deep and rhythmic. Boris was curled in the crook of her left arm, clutching the fabric of her gown, while little Tala had finally accepted a bottle from Katniss, provided Asena kept a hand on the baby's foot. The contact was the key. As long as they were touching her, skin to skin, scent to scent, they were calm. The moment she pulled away, the whimpering began instantly, like a jagged tear in the fabric of the room. Dr. Corinne stood by the window, speaking in hushed tones to Alpha Alarick. The king looked like a statue carved from granite, his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed on Asena with a mixture of resentment and helplessness. He watched the way his son's hand gripped the stranger's finger, a bond of trust formed in minutes that Alarick hadn't been able to forge in 3 months of grief. "Explain it again," Alarick demanded, his voice low but carrying effortlessly across the room. "And do not use the word magic. I want the science, Corinne. Why her? Why a human? It's trauma bonding, accelerated by shifter biology," Corinne explained, keeping her voice clinical to avoid triggering his temper. "The fire destroyed their sense of safety. The cabin was their den, and it turned into a trap. In that moment of absolute terror, when the roof was coming down, she was the only stability they had. She shielded them. Her heartbeat was the last thing they heard before they passed out, and the first thing they heard when they woke up." Alarick's jaw tightened. "So they are grateful. That doesn't explain why Geri bites me but sleeps on her." "It's not gratitude, Alarick. It's an imprint," Corinne said, stepping into his line of sight to force him to look at her. "To a cub, safety isn't a concept. It's a smell. It's a presence. You smell like the aftermath. Smoke, blood, anger. She smells like the rescue. They have anchored themselves to her biorhythm. If you separate them now before their cortisol levels stabilize, they will go back into shock. And next time, their hearts might not be strong enough to handle it." Alarick looked back at the rocking chair. Asena met his gaze, her eyes tired but guarded. She looked small in the oversized chair, bruised and battered, yet she held the future of his pack in her arms with a natural, fierce protectiveness that annoyed him as much as it relieved him. "How long?" Alarick asked. "Weeks, maybe months," Corinne admitted. "Until they feel safe enough to detach. Until they learn that the world isn't going to burn down every time she leaves the room." Alarick closed his eyes, exhaling a breath that was half growl. He was the most powerful predator on the continent, a king who commanded armies. Yet he had been checkmated by 3 infants and a forest ranger. He opened his eyes, the gold fire within them hardening into cold resolve. He walked toward the rocking chair, his boots silent on the plush rug. Asena stiffened, pulling the babies slightly closer, a subconscious defensive move that didn't go unnoticed. "Put them down," Alarick ordered quietly. "If I put them down, they'll wake up," Asena whispered back. "Put them down." She hesitated, then slowly lowered Geri into the crib next to the chair. He stirred, his face scrunching up, letting out a sharp cry. Asena immediately placed her hand on his chest, humming a low note. He settled. She did the same with Boris. It took 5 minutes of agonizingly slow movement, but finally her arms were empty. She stood up, swaying slightly, facing the alpha. "Come with me," Alarick said, turning his back on her. "We have business to discuss." The alpha's office was a fortress within a fortress. The walls were lined with dark mahogany bookshelves filled with ancient texts and tactical maps. A massive fireplace dominated one wall, the embers glowing like dying eyes. Alarick didn't sit behind his desk. That would have put a barrier between them. Instead, he leaned against the edge of the heavy wood, crossing his arms, forcing Asena to stand in the center of the room, exposed and vulnerable in her hospital gown. "You are a problem." "Asena Vance," Alarick began, his voice devoid of the emotion he had shown in the nursery. "You are a complication I do not have the patience for. My security team has run your prints. No record, no family, no history before 5 years ago. You are a ghost." Asena kept her chin up, though her knees were trembling. "I told you, I like my privacy." "Privacy is for people who have nothing to hide," Alarick countered. "People who live in fire towers and erase their digital footprints are hiding from something, or someone." He took a step toward her, his shadow falling over her face. "But I don't care who is chasing you. I don't care what laws you've broken or whose money you stole. I only care about one thing. My heirs are dying, and you are the only medicine that works." Asena swallowed hard. "I can help them. I want to help them. But I can't stay here in a cell." "You aren't going back to a cell," Alarick said, his lips curling into a humorless smile. "But you aren't leaving either. Dr. Corinne says they need you. So, here is the reality of your situation." He held up one finger. "Option 1. You walk out that door. I give you a vehicle and an escort to the border. You leave my territory, and you never return." "That sounds fair," Asena started, hope flaring in her chest. "Let me finish." Alarick cut her off cold. "If you choose option 1, my children will likely go back into distress. They might die. If they die, I will blame you. And if I blame you, I will hunt you down. And even if they survive, you will be alone out there. A human woman with no pack protection, wandering the borders where the rogues are currently gathering for war. Geri men are looking for the woman who ruined their assassination attempt. How long do you think you'll last before they find you and peel your skin off to see what you know?" The blood drained from Asena's face. She knew about the rogues. But worse, she knew about Harold. If she was out in the open, running again, Harold's trackers would pick up her trail. "Option 2, Alarick continued, stepping closer until he could smell the fear spiking in her scent. "You stay. You accept the position of royal nanny. You live in this castle. You eat my food. You sleep under my roof. You are under my protection. No rogue, no bounty hunter, no ghost from your past can touch you here. My guards will watch you 24/7. You will not leave the grounds without permission. You will not speak to outsiders. Your life belongs to those 3 children until I say otherwise." He leaned down, his voice dropping to a seductive, dangerous whisper. "You become my prisoner, Asena. But a prisoner in a gilded cage is better than a corpse in a ditch. So what will it be? Freedom and death? Or servitude and survival?" Asena looked at the man standing before her. He was a monster. She had no illusions about that. He was arrogant, violent, and possessed a darkness that seemed to swallow the light in the room. Being his nanny meant being his property. It meant living under a microscope, scrutinized by a man who already suspected she was a spy. It was a trap. But then she thought of the cold, sterile lab where she had spent her youth. She thought of the needles, the tests, the voice of Harold telling her she was special, that she belonged to science. She had spent 5 years sleeping with one eye open, running at the snap of a twig. She was tired. God, she was so tired. She looked at the window. Beyond the glass, the night was dark and full of threats. Ariufi's rogues were out there. Harold was out there. Then she looked at the door leading back to the nursery. She thought of Geri's tiny hand gripping her finger. She thought of the way Tala had sighed when Asena held her. Those babies had no mother. They were being hunted just like she was. If she left, they would suffer. And if she left, she would be defenseless. Alarick's fortress was the most secure place on the continent. If she stayed, she would be a prisoner, yes. But she would be a prisoner behind walls that even Harold couldn't breach. The Alpha didn't know it. But he was offering her the one thing she had never had: a sanctuary. Asena squared her shoulders, wincing as the movement pulled at her burns. She met Alarick's gold gaze without flinching. "I have conditions," she said, her voice steady. Alarick raised an eyebrow, surprised by her audacity. "You are in no position to bargain, little ranger." "I am if you want your sons to eat," she countered. "I want access to the kitchen. I cook their food, or I oversee it. No more random wet nurses. I want unrestricted access to the nursery, and I want Katniss to help me. No guards inside the room when I'm sleeping. I won't have armed men watching me breathe." Alarick stared at her for a long moment, evaluating her. He saw the steel in her spine. He liked it, even if he didn't want to. "Agreed," he said abruptly. "But if you try to run, if you try to hurt them, if you so much as whisper a pack secret to an outsider—" "I know," Asena interrupted. "You'll kill me." "I'll make you wish I had," Alarick corrected. He turned and walked to his desk, pressing a button on the intercom. "Katniss, prepare the royal suite in the East Wing. We have a new resident." The East Wing was different from the rest of the castle. It wasn't cold stone and drafty corridors. It was lush carpets, silk tapestries, and the scent of beeswax and cedar. It was the family wing, the heart of the Alpha's private life. Asena followed Katniss down the long hallway, clutching the small bag of toiletries the housekeeper had scrounged up for her. She was no longer wearing the hospital gown. She was dressed in a pair of borrowed sweatpants and a soft gray tunic that hung loosely on her frame. "It's not much," Katniss was saying, her tone much warmer now that she knew Asena was staying. "But the room is beautiful. It has a connecting door to the nursery so you can get to the babies instantly if they cry. And it has a private bath." They stopped in front of a set of double doors carved with intricate wolves running through a forest. Katniss pushed them open, revealing a room that was bigger than Asena's entire fire tower. A 4-poster bed dominated the space, draped in cream linens. A fireplace crackled merrily in the corner. It was luxurious. It was comfortable. It was a golden cage. "Thank you, Katniss," Asena said, stepping inside. It's more than I expected." "Get some rest, dear," Katniss said gently. "The guards are posted at the end of the hall. You're safe here." Katniss closed the door, leaving Asena alone in the silence. Asena walked to the bed and sat down, the mattress sinking under her weight. She let out a breath she felt like she had been holding for hours. She was safe. For tonight, at least. She stood up to lock the door. Old habits died hard, but stopped when she heard a heavy latch click across the hallway. She walked to her own door and opened it a crack, peering out. Across the wide corridor, directly opposite her room, another set of double doors had just opened. Alpha Alarick stood there, stripping off his blood-stained shirt, revealing a torso mapped with scars and corded muscle. He tossed the shirt to a passing servant and paused, his hand on the doorframe. He didn't turn his head, but his nose flared slightly. He knew she was watching. He could smell her. He turned slowly, his gold eyes locking onto hers through the crack in the door. The intensity of his stare hit her like a physical touch. There were no guards between them now, no doctors, no burning buildings, just a hallway, 20 feet of carpet, and a biological tension that made the air hum. He didn't say a word. He just held her gaze for a terrifying, electrifying second, staking his claim, before he stepped into his room and closed the door with a soft, final click. Asena leaned back against her own door, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She had thought the danger was the fire. She had thought the danger was the rogues. But as she slid the lock into place, she realized the truth. The most dangerous thing in this castle wasn't outside the gates. It was sleeping right across the hall. Chapter 5. The first night in the royal suite passed in a blur of interrupted sleep and adrenaline crashes. Asena woke not to the sound of birds, as she did in her fire tower, but to the soft, whimpering shuffle of hungry infants next door. By the time dawn broke, painting the gray stone of the castle in hues of cold blue, she was already deep in the trenches of her new reality. The nursery smelled of talcum powder and warm milk, a stark contrast to the scent of ash that still seemed to linger in Asena's pores. She moved with efficient, quiet grace, balancing Boris on her hip while she tested the temperature of a bottle for Tala. Geri, the loudest of the trio, was currently protesting his diaper change in the crib, his little legs kicking furiously. It was chaotic, exhausting work, but for the first time in 5 years, Asena's mind wasn't occupied with checking exits or scanning for bounty hunters. Her world had shrunk to the immediate needs of 3 tiny lives. She finished buttoning Geri's onesie and lifted him up, humming a low, tuneless melody that seemed to act as a mute button for his fussing. She turned to place him in the playpen, but stopped short. The nursery door, which she had left cracked open for Katniss, was blocked by a wall of muscle and dark tactical gear. Captain Ernoof stood there, his arms crossed over his chest, blocking the exit like a gargoyle. The head of the royal guard was a man carved from granite, with a buzz cut, and eyes that held zero warmth. He had been the one to shackle her in the hospital, and he looked disappointed that Alarick had ordered her release. "You're in the way, Captain," Asena said, keeping her voice level. She adjusted Geri's weight in her arms, feeling the baby bury his face in her neck. "I'm watching," Ernoof corrected, his voice a gravelly rasp. He stepped into the room, his boots leaving heavy imprints on the plush carpet. He didn't look at the babies. His eyes were fixed solely on her throat. "The Alpha might have bought your accidental savior act, Vance. But I don't." Asena stiffened. "I didn't ask for this job." "No. You just happened to be in the right place to humiliate my men and make yourself indispensable to the king," Ernoof sneered, closing the distance between them. "Convenient. You saved the heirs when my best guards couldn't. It makes you look like a hero. It makes me look like a failure. I don't like looking like a failure." "I did what I had to do," Asena replied, clutching Geri tighter. The baby sensed the tension and let out a small whine. "If your men had been faster, I wouldn't be here." Ernoof's face darkened, a vein pulsing in his temple. He leaned down, invading her personal space, smelling of gun oil and aggression. "Listen to me, little human. You are a guest here only as long as those pups need you. But make no mistake. I will be watching every move you make. I will check every bottle you mix. I will analyze every word you speak. If you slip up, if you give me even a sliver of a reason to suspect you are working for Ariufi or the rogues, I won't bother bothering the Alpha. I'll snap your neck myself and tell him you fell down the stairs." Asena held Ernoof's gaze, refusing to flinch, though her heart hammered against her ribs. "If you touch me," she whispered, "Geri screams. If Geri screams, the Alpha comes. Do you want to explain to Alarick why his son is distressed, Captain?" Ernoof's eyes narrowed into slits. He looked at the baby, then back at her. He knew she was right. He let out a sharp hiss of breath, stepped back, and turned on his heel, storming out of the room without another word. Asena let out a shaky breath, her knees almost buckling. "Don't mind him." A soft voice came from the connecting door. "He blames himself." Asena turned to see Katniss entering with a tray of fresh towels. The housekeeper looked tired but kind, her eyes full of sympathy. She set the tray down and took Boris from the crib, cooing softly at him. He was in charge of the security detail at the cabin, Asena realized aloud, piecing it together. That's why he hates me. My survival proves his incompetence. He was in charge of the security the night Adokina died too, Katniss said quietly, the mood in the room instantly dropping 10 degrees. Asena paused, the bottle warmer in her hand. She had known the queen was dead. Alarick had mentioned it, but the details were a black hole in the castle's history. "What happened?" Asena asked, keeping her voice low. "The Alpha, he seems broken, not just sad, haunted." Katniss sat in the rocking chair, rocking Boris gently. She looked out the window at the gray sky. We call it the night of broken glass. It was 3 months ago. The triplets were only a few weeks old. It was supposed to be the naming ceremony. The castle was full of guests, dignitaries from other packs. We thought we were safe. She paused, wiping a stray tear from her cheek. There was a traitor. Someone lowered the perimeter shields for exactly 3 minutes. That was all the assassins needed. They bypassed the guards, bypassed the traps. They went straight for the nursery. Adokina. She was a warrior, Asena. She locked herself in with the babies. She shifted and fought 4 of them alone while the guards tried to break down the reinforced door. Asena felt a chill run down her spine. She died fighting. She died holding the door shut, Katniss corrected. When Alarick finally broke in, it was a bloodbath. She was gone. But the babies were in the cribs, untouched. She bought them time with her life. That's why Alarick is the way he is. He lost his mate in his own home, betrayed by someone he trusted. He sees knives in every shadow. And now, seeing you holding them... Katniss looked at Asena with pity. It kills him. Because it should be her. 3 floors down, in the deepest level of the fortress, Alpha Alarick sat in the dark. The security center was a hum of cooling fans and the soft whir of hard drives. A wall of monitors displayed every corner of the castle. The gates, the perimeter walls, the kitchen, the hallways. But Alarick wasn't looking at the perimeter. His attention was fixed entirely on the large central screen labeled Cam 04, Royal Nursery. He held a tumbler of amber liquid in his hand, but he hadn't taken a sip in 20 minutes. He was frozen, watching the feed with a mixture of obsessive scrutiny and self-loathing. On the screen, Asena was moving. The camera was high definition, capturing every detail. He watched as she expertly burped Tala, her hand rubbing small, soothing circles on the infant's back. He watched the way she laughed silently when Geri grabbed a lock of her hair and yanked. He watched her interact with Katniss, her body language open and gentle, devoid of the fear she showed whenever he or Ernuf was in the room. She was good. Too good. It's a performance, Alarick muttered to the empty room, his voice rough. She knows the cameras are there. She's playing the part of the perfect mother to lower my guard. But his wolf wasn't listening to his logic. His wolf was whining, scratching at the back of his mind, mesmerized by the image on the screen. The beast didn't see a spy. It saw the pack's offspring safe and content. It saw a female who moved with the grace of a prey animal that had learned to survive among predators. And it remembered the scent. Wildflowers. Even through the digital barrier of the screen, Alarick could almost smell her, fresh, clean, and maddeningly alive. He zoomed in on the feed. Asena was walking toward the window, rocking Boris. The morning light hit her face, illuminating the exhaustion under her eyes, but also a fierce, quiet determination. She looked nothing like Adokina. Adokina had been tall, strong, a wolf born to rule. Asena was small, scarred, and fragile. Yet she had walked into a fire. Alarick's grip on the glass tightened until it threatened to shatter. He hated that he was watching her. He felt like a voyeur, a creep invading her privacy. But he couldn't stop. He needed to find a flaw. He needed to see her slip up, to check a phone, to search a drawer, to give a signal to the window. He needed proof that she was the villain so he could stop wanting her. But she didn't slip up. She just loved them. She kissed the top of Boris's head, her lips lingering on the soft, downy hair. Alarick felt a phantom sensation on his own skin, a jolt of electricity that made his breath hitch. He slammed the glass down on the console, sloshing whiskey over the controls. "Damn you," he cursed. "Who are you?" In the nursery, Asena paused. She was standing by the window, Boris asleep on her shoulder. The room was quiet. Katniss had left to fetch fresh laundry. It was just her and the triplets. But the feeling washed over her again. The prickly, unmistakable sensation of being watched. It wasn't the guards in the hallway. She could hear their heavy boots pacing. This was different. It was silent. Intense. It felt like a physical touch on the back of her neck. She slowly turned away from the window, her eyes scanning the room. She knew about the cameras. Ernouf had made it clear that Big Brother was always watching. She spotted the small black dome mounted in the corner of the ceiling, its red LED blinking steadily. Usually she tried to ignore it. She tried to pretend she was alone. But right now, the weight of the gaze felt personal. It felt heavy. It felt like him. Asena walked to the center of the room, directly under the camera's field of view. She didn't look down. She didn't hide. She lifted her head and looked straight into the lens. In the security room, Alarick stopped breathing. On the massive screen, Asena's eyes seemed to lock onto his. They were defiant, exhausted, and piercingly intelligent. She wasn't looking at a machine. She was looking at the man behind it. She knew he was there. She knew he was obsessing over her. She didn't speak. She didn't wave. She just held his gaze for 10 agonizing seconds, challenging him, acknowledging the twisted intimacy of their arrangement. Then, with a slowness that felt deliberate, she shifted Boris to her other shoulder, turning her back on the camera to shield the baby, effectively cutting Alarick out of the moment. Alarick stared at the back of her head on the screen, his heart thundering against his ribs. The connection had been digital, cold, and distant. Yet he felt as exposed as if she had walked into the room and slapped him. She wasn't just a prisoner in his house. She was becoming a ghost in his head, haunting him just as surely as the memory of his dead wife. And for the first time in 3 months, Alarick realized he was more afraid of the living than the dead. Chapter 6. The routine of the nursery had become Asena's lifeline. In the 3 days since she had moved into the royal suite, her world had shrunk to the 4 walls of the East Wing and the 3 tiny lives that depended on her. It was a cycle of bottles, diapers, burping, and rocking, a rhythm that was exhausting but strangely healing. It kept her mind off Harold. It kept her mind off the man across the hall. It was during the quiet lull of the afternoon nap that she found it. Geri and Boris were asleep in their cribs, their chests rising and falling in sync, but Tala was restless, her tiny fists bunching the sheets. Asena moved to check the window, ensuring the heavy velvet drapes were drawn against the gray light, when her foot nudged something under the heavy oak wardrobe. She knelt, wincing as the movement pulled at the healing burn on her shoulder, and reached into the darkness. Her fingers brushed against cool metal and smooth wood. She pulled it out. It was a music box, crafted from dark walnut and inlaid with silver mother-of-pearl. The design was exquisite, a silver wolf curled around a crescent moon. But it was damaged. The lid was cracked, and the winding key was bent at an odd angle, as if it had been thrown or stepped on in a moment of violence. Asena sat back on her heels, turning the object over in her hands. It felt heavy, not just with craftsmanship, but with history. It didn't belong to the sterile, generic decor of the nursery. This was personal. She gently tested the lid. It creaked open, revealing a small velvet compartment and a delicate brass cylinder. "Who broke you?" she whispered, blowing a layer of dust from the mechanism. Without thinking, her fingers went to the bent key. She had always been good with her hands, fixing radios in the fire tower, repairing traps, mending broken things. It was a ranger's skill. She applied gentle, calculated pressure, feeling the soft metal yield until it straightened. Curiosity got the better of her. She gave the key a single tentative twist. The mechanism whirred, a sound like a tiny intake of breath. Then the notes began to play. It wasn't a standard nursery rhyme. It was a haunting, melancholic melody, something old and folk-like, played on high, crystalline chimes. The sound was beautiful, but it carried a weight of sadness that seemed to seep into the very air of the room. It was a song for a ghost. Down the hallway, in the master study, the sound of the music box drifted through the heavy oak door like a specter. Alpha Alarick was in the middle of a briefing with Beta Taurian, reviewing the perimeter patrol routes for the third time that day. He was pointing at a map of the northern border, his finger tracing the line where the rogues had been spotted, when the first note hit him. He froze mid-sentence. His hand stopped moving. His heart, which had been beating a steady rhythm of stress and duty, suddenly missed a beat, then slammed against his ribs with a force that made him dizzy. Ting, ting, ting. Taurian stopped talking, noticing the blood drain from his alpha's face. Alarick? What is it? Alarick couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. That song. He hadn't heard that song in 3 months. Not since the night he had found Adokina dead on the floor. It was her music box, a gift he had given her when they found out she was pregnant. She used to play it for the bumps in her belly. She used to play it while she rocked them. It was the soundtrack of a future that had been stolen from him. Hearing it now, in a house that was supposed to be silent of her memory, felt like a desecration. It felt like someone had opened her grave. Who touched it? Alarick whispered, the words strangling him. Then, the grief ignited into a white-hot inferno of rage. Who touched it? He didn't wait for Taurian to answer. He shoved past the Beta, throwing the heavy double doors open so hard they cracked against the walls. He stormed down the hallway, following the sound of the delicate chimes, his vision tunneling. Every note was a dagger twisting in his chest. He reached the nursery door and didn't bother to knock. He kicked it open. Asena was kneeling on the floor, the box in her hands. She looked up, her eyes wide with shock, but Alarick didn't see her fear. He only saw the intruder holding his dead wife's soul in her hands. "Turn it off!" Alarick roared, the sound shaking the room like a thunderclap. "Turn it off now!" The violence of his entrance shattered the peace of the nursery instantly. Asena scrambled backward, dropping the music box onto the carpet. The mechanism jarred, letting out a final, discordant twang before falling silent. But the damage was done. In the cribs, the triplets woke up screaming. It wasn't the hungry cry or the tired cry. It was the terror cry, the sharp, piercing shriek of prey that realizes a predator is in the room. Tala, the smallest and most fragile, was the closest to the door. She was thrashing in her blankets, her tiny heart beating so fast Asena could hear it from across the room. Alarick was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, his eyes wild. He took a step toward Asena, his hand raised as if to strike the music box from existence. "How dare you?" he snarled, his voice trembling with a mixture of fury and agony. "You have no right to touch that. You have no right to play her song." "I didn't know," Asena cried, holding her hands up in surrender. "I found it under the wardrobe. I just fixed the key." "You fixed it?" Alarick looked like she had just admitted to a crime. "It was broken for a reason. It was silenced for a reason." Tala let out a choking sob, her breath hitching dangerously. The distress scent coming from the crib was pungent, pure panic. Asena saw the baby's face turning a terrifying shade of purple. "Stop it!" Asena yelled, her own anger flaring to match his. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the towering, furious Alpha, and threw herself between him and the cribs. She turned her back on him, the ultimate sign of disrespect to a king, and scooped Tala up into her arms. "You are scaring them," Asena hissed over her shoulder, clutching the sobbing infant to her chest. "Look at your daughter, Alarick. Look at her. She's terrified of you." Alarick froze. The accusation hit him harder than a physical blow. He blinked, the red haze of his rage momentarily clearing. He looked past Asena's shoulder and saw Tala. The baby was clinging to the human woman's shirt, her eyes wide and silver, fixed on her father with absolute horror. Alarick's voice broke. He took a step back, the fight draining out of him, leaving him hollow. "I didn't mean—" "Get out," Asena said. She wasn't asking. She was trembling, terrified that he might snap her neck for speaking to him that way, but she held her ground. She began to bounce Tala, rubbing her back vigorously. "If you can't control yourself, get out. They don't need your grief, Alarick. They need peace." She turned away from him completely, burying her face in Tala's neck. And then she began to hum. It wasn't the melody from the box. It was something lower, earthier, a ranger's song, a hum that vibrated in her chest and traveled straight into the baby. Alarick stood there, paralyzed. He watched the woman he had accused of being a spy, the woman he wanted to hate, rocking his daughter. He watched Tala's screams turn to whimpers, and her whimpers turn to silence. He watched the way Asena's hand cupped the back of the baby's head, protective and fierce, shielding the child from the monster in the room. The monster was him. The silence that followed was heavy, filled only by the soft, rhythmic humming and the sound of Alarick's ragged breathing. He should be furious. She had defied him. She had touched a sacred relic. She had ordered him out of his own nursery. But as he watched her, the anger evaporated, replaced by a crushing wave of shame. He looked at the music box lying on the rug. He had broken it 3 months ago, on the night of the funeral, in a fit of despair. He had thrown it under the wardrobe because he couldn't bear to look at it, and he couldn't bear to throw it away. He had left it there to rot, just like he had left this room to the nurses, terrified that stepping inside would kill him. But Asena had found it. She had fixed it, just like she was fixing his children. "She used to sing that to them," Alarick said. His voice was quiet now, stripped of the alpha growl. It sounded human, broken. Asena stopped humming, though she didn't turn around. She kept rocking Tala. "I know," she whispered. "I could feel it." Alarick walked slowly into the room. He didn't approach the cribs. He approached the music box. He knelt down and picked it up. His large, scarred fingers traced the silver wolf on the lid. "I thought—" He paused, swallowing hard. "I thought if I heard it again, it would break me." "It didn't break you," Asena said softly. She finally turned to face him. Tala was asleep on her shoulder, a small, warm weight. Asena's eyes were guarded, but the fear was gone. In its place was a strange, weary understanding. "It just hurt. Hurt is different from broken, Alpha." Alarick looked up at her. For the first time, he noticed the dark circles under her eyes. He noticed the way she favored her left shoulder, where the burn from the fire was still healing. She was exhausted. She was in pain. She was a prisoner in a house full of enemies, yet she was standing there, holding his daughter, lecturing him on grief. He realized then that he didn't know her at all. He had checked her file. He had run her prints. But he didn't know her. "You should rest," Alarick said abruptly, standing up. He slipped the music box into his pocket. "Katniss tells me you haven't slept more than 2 hours at a time." "They need me," Asena replied simply. "They need you alive," Alarick corrected. He looked at Tala one last time, a longing in his eyes that he quickly masked. He turned to the door. I will tell the guards to stay further down the hall, so it's quieter." He didn't wait for a thank you. He walked out of the nursery, closing the door with a gentleness that was more shocking than his earlier violence. He stood in the hallway for a long moment, his hand resting on the wood, the music box heavy in his pocket. Inside the room, Asena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She looked at the closed door, her heart doing a strange, traitorous flip in her chest. For a moment, just a split second, she hadn't seen the Ruthless King. She had seen the father, and God help her, that was much more dangerous. Chapter 7. The royal nursery had transformed over the last 48 hours. What had once been a sterile, quiet room filled with the tension of mourning was now a humid, chaotic jungle of towels, rubber ducks, and the smell of lavender soap. It was bath time, a logistical nightmare that required the coordination of a military operation. Asena knelt by the large porcelain tub, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, soaked to the skin. Geri sat in the water, splashing happily, while Boris watched solemnly from his baby seat on the floor. Tala was already dressed in her pajamas, asleep in Katniss's arms in the corner. For a moment, the castle didn't feel like a fortress under siege. It felt like a home. Alarick stood in the doorway, leaning against the heavy oak frame. He hadn't been invited in, but he hadn't been asked to leave either. He watched Asena with a brooding intensity that had become his default setting. He told himself he was there for security, to ensure the nanny didn't drown the heirs, but he knew it was a lie. He was there because the silence in the rest of the castle was deafening, and this room was the only place that felt alive. "You're staring," Asena said without looking up, catching a handful of bubbles before Geri could eat them. "I am observing," Alarick corrected, crossing his arms. "It is my house." "It's your son's bath," Asena countered, finally glancing at him. Her hair was frizzy from the humidity, and there was a smudge of soap on her cheek. She looked disarmingly normal. "Unless you want to roll up your sleeves and help scrub behind his ears, you're blocking the airflow, Alpha." Alarick felt the corner of his mouth twitch. A week ago, no one would have dared to speak to him like that. Now, this human woman did it daily. "I have people for that," he muttered, though he didn't move. Asena rolled her eyes, turning back to Geri. "All right, big guy, time to get out. Let's get you dry before you turn into a prune." She lifted the dripping, slippery infant from the water. Geri giggled, grabbing at the towel she held against her chest. It was a perfect domestic scene, a snapshot of peace in a life defined by violence. But as Asena reached for the drying table, the illusion shattered. Geri's giggle cut off abruptly. It wasn't a normal pause for breath. It was a sudden, violent silence. Asena looked down. Geri's eyes were wide, his mouth open in a silent scream, but no sound was coming out. His face, flushed pink from the warm water, was rapidly turning a terrifying shade of gray. "Geri." Asena's voice was sharp, cutting through the steam. Alarick pushed off the doorframe, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. "What is it?" "He's not breathing," Asena said. She didn't scream, she didn't freeze. Her voice dropped an octave, losing all its warmth, becoming cold and clinical. Alarick was at her side in a split second, reaching for his son. Panic, cold and familiar, gripped his chest. "Give him to me. We need the doctor." "No time," Asena snapped. She turned her body, shielding the baby from Alarick's grasping hands. She wasn't acting like a panicked nanny anymore. She moved with the terrifying precision of a machine. She slammed Geri face down onto her forearm, angling his head lower than his chest. It wasn't a gentle pat. She delivered 5 sharp, calculated back blows between his shoulder blades with the heel of her hand. Thud. 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 "He's choking," Alarick shouted, watching his son's legs kick feebly. "Do something." "I am clearing the obstruction," Asena replied, her voice eerily calm. The back blows didn't work. She flipped Geri over onto her other arm, sandwiching him. She placed 2 fingers on the center of his chest and began compressions. Not random presses, but a rhythmic, measured cadence. 1 and 2 and 3. Geri was turning blue. The oxygen was gone. Alarick felt the world tilting. It was happening again. He was watching his family die in the nursery, and he was powerless to stop it. He reached for his comms to scream for Corinne, his hands shaking so hard he couldn't find the button. "Come on," Asena whispered, her eyes locked on the infant's face. She wasn't looking at him with love now. She was looking at him like a biological problem to be solved. She opened his mouth, sweeping a finger inside with a hook-like motion. Not a blind sweep, but a targeted search. "I see it." Laryngeal spasm. He inhaled water. She didn't wait. She shifted her grip, applying pressure to a specific point on the baby's sternum, while tilting his head back at a precise angle to open the airway. It was a maneuver Alarick had never seen, not even from his field medics. Geri's body convulsed. Asena gave one final sharp compression. Water and bile erupted from the baby's mouth. Geri drew in a ragged, wet breath that sounded like a tear in the fabric of the universe, and then let out a scream loud enough to shatter glass. The scream brought Katniss running from the corner, dropping the towel she was holding. It brought guards rushing into the hallway, weapons drawn. And a moment later, Dr. Corinne burst into the room, breathless, her medical bag swinging from her shoulder. "I heard the alarm," Corinne gasped. Rushing to the table where Asena was now holding a crying, pink-faced Geri upright. "What happened? Is he injured?" "Aspiration," Asena said. She was wiping Geri's face with a cloth, her hands still steady, though a tremor was starting to build in her legs. He inhaled bathwater. Total obstruction for approximately 45 seconds. I cleared the airway and induced a cough reflex. His pulse is tachycardia, around 160, but his color is returning. Corinne stopped, her stethoscope hovering over Geri's chest. She looked at Asena, blinking. You induced a cough reflex? Did you perform the Heimlich?" "Modified chest thrusts," Asena corrected automatically, checking Geri's pupil dilation with her thumb. Back blows were ineffective. I had to manually depress the diaphragm to force the expulsion. Check his O2 sats. He might have residual hypoxia. The room went silent. Alarick, who had been standing paralyzed by the changing table, slowly lowered his hands. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a cold, sharp suspicion. He looked at Dr. Corinne, who was staring at Asena with a mixture of confusion and professional respect. "Asena," Corinne said slowly, placing the pulse oximeter on Geri's toe. That is advanced infant life support. Most people would have panicked. Most people would have just patted his back." Asena froze. Her hand, which was stroking Geri's wet hair, stopped mid-motion. She looked up and realized everyone was staring at her. Katniss looked amazed. Corinne looked puzzled. But Alarick looked dangerous. His gold eyes were narrowed, dissecting her. He had seen the switch. He had seen the nanny vanish and something else take her place. Something cold, efficient, and highly trained. Forest rangers knew basic CPR. They knew how to bandage a twisted ankle. They did not know how to diagnose a laryngeal spasm and perform manual diaphragm depression on an infant in under 10 seconds. Asena stammered, the calm facade shattering. She pulled her hand back, clutching the towel to her chest. I took a course. For the Rangers. Wilderness First Responder. Wilderness First Responders don't use terms like residual hypoxia and tachycardia, Alarick said softly. His voice was low, but it carried the weight of a judge passing a sentence. And they don't check pupil dilation before the doctor even arrives. He's okay, Asena said, deflection her only shield. She stepped back from the table, putting distance between herself and the alpha. That's all that matters. He's breathing. Take the child, Alarick ordered Dr. Corinne, never taking his eyes off Asena. Corinne nodded, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. She gently took the sobbing Geri, signaling Katniss to gather Boris and Tala. I'll take them to the clinic for a full checkup, just to be safe. The room emptied quickly. The guards retreated to the hallway, sensing a domestic dispute that was above their pay grade. Within moments, the nursery was silent again, save for the dripping of the faucet into the cooling bath water. Asena backed up until her legs hit the rocking chair. She wanted to run. She wanted to grab her emergency bag and flee. She had slipped. The instinct to save the life had overridden the instinct to save her cover. Alarick walked toward her. He moved like a wolf stalking a deer, slow, deliberate, cutting off her escape routes. He stopped 3 feet away, close enough that she could smell the storm on him. Who are you? Alarick asked. It wasn't the first time he had asked, but this time he wasn't asking a ranger. I told you, Asena whispered, her heart rate spiking. I'm just... Liar, Alarick hissed. He reached out, grabbing her left wrist. He didn't squeeze hard enough to bruise, but his grip was iron. He turned her hand over, running his thumb over her calloused palm, then up to her pulse point. I have soldiers in my elite guard who would have frozen seeing their child turn blue. But you didn't. You didn't even blink. You switched off your emotions. You assessed the threat. You neutralized it. He stepped closer, forcing her to tilt her head back to look him in the eye. That isn't instinct, Asena. That is training. Expensive, brutal, military-grade training. Asena tried to pull her hand away, but he held fast. You're hurting me. And you are lying to me, Alarick countered, his voice dropping to a growl. You handle a gun like a sniper. You handle a dying infant like a trauma surgeon. And you hide in a fire tower like a fugitive. He leaned down, his lips brushing her ear, sending a shiver of terror and something darker down her spine. I will find out who taught you to be a soldier, little ranger. And when I do, I will know if you are here to save my children, or if you were sent here to bury them. He released her wrist with a shove, turning and walking out of the nursery, leaving her trembling in the silence. The echo of his threat hanging in the humid air like a guillotine blade waiting to drop. Chapter 8. The permission to leave the East Wing came 3 days later, signed by the Alpha himself. It wasn't freedom. It was yard time. Asena pushed the heavy, reinforced triple stroller out onto the manicured lawn of the private royal gardens, breathing in the crisp mountain air for the first time in a week. The garden was a paradise enclosed by 20-foot stone walls topped with razor wire and patrol sensors. It was beautiful, vibrant with late summer roses and manicured hedges. But to Asena, it was just a larger cage. Katniss walked beside her, carrying a bag of supplies, while 4 armed guards fanned out along the perimeter. Captain Ernouf stood by the patio doors, his arms crossed, watching Asena's every step as if he expected her to vault the wall with 3 infants strapped to her chest. Ignore him, Katniss whispered, noticing Asena's stiff posture. He's just doing his job. The sun is good for them. Look at Boris. Asena looked down. The middle triplet, usually so solemn, was blinking up at the dappled sunlight filtering through the oak trees, his little hands reaching for a drifting leaf. Geri was asleep, lulled by the motion of the stroller, and Tala was wide awake, watching Asena with those unnerving, intelligent silver eyes. "It's not him I'm worried about," Asena murmured, scanning the tree line beyond the wall. Her ranger training made it impossible to relax. She counted the security cameras. 6 visible, likely 3 hidden. She noted the patrol intervals of the guards on the wall, every 4 minutes. It was tight, impenetrable, and yet the hair on the back of her arms was standing up. She parked the stroller near a bed of hydrangeas, locking the wheels. She knelt on the grass, spreading out a blanket so the babies could have some tummy time. It was a picture of domestic tranquility, the royal nanny and the heirs enjoying a summer afternoon. But Asena couldn't shake the feeling of being in crosshairs. She wasn't just sensing the guard's eyes. She was sensing something else, a disturbance in the air, a wrongness that had nothing to do with cameras or guns. The wind shifted, blowing down from the northern peaks, carrying the scent of pine, damp earth, and the distant ozone smell of a coming storm. The guards along the wall didn't react. They were shifters, relying on their noses to detect the specific musk of intruders or rogue wolves. If they didn't smell a wolf, they assumed they were safe. But Asena was human. Her senses weren't tuned to pheromones. They were tuned to the unnatural. She froze, a half-folded diaper in her hand. She smelled it. Just a faint drift gone as quickly as it came. "Did you smell that?" Asena asked sharply. Katniss looked up from where she was tickling Tala's toes. "Smell what? The roses? They're in full bloom." "No," Asena said, standing up slowly. She turned her head, angling it into the breeze. "It smells like copper and sulfur, like a match that was struck and blown out." Ernuf, who had drifted closer, snorted derisively. "There's no sulfur here, Vance. My men would smell an intruder a mile away. You're jumping at shadows." "Your men are looking for wolves," Asena snapped, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the dense ivy growing up the side of the castle wall. Specifically, the wall that sat directly below the nursery window. "I'm telling you, something is rotting nearby. It's faint, but it's there." "It's probably a dead squirrel," Ernuf dismissed, turning his back. "Sit down. You're making the guards nervous." Asena ignored him. She walked toward the castle wall, moving past the stroller. Ernuf uncrossed his arms, his hand dropping to his stun baton. "I said sit down, Vance." "And I said I smell something," Asena countered. She reached the bed of ivy that hugged the stone foundation. The smell was stronger here. It wasn't just rot. It was chemical. It was the smell of something that had been preserved. She used the toe of her sneaker to push aside the thick, glossy leaves. There, hidden deep in the shadows of the vines, resting on the stone ledge of the foundation, was a bundle. Asena crouched down, her heart hammering against her ribs. It wasn't a bundle. It was a bird. A massive raven lay on the stone, its wings spread wide as if in flight. But it hadn't died of natural causes. Its neck had been snapped cleanly, the head twisted at an unnatural angle. But that wasn't what made Asena's blood run cold. Tied to the bird's leg was a strip of fabric. It was blue silk, the exact shade of the Northern Pack's royal crest. And inside the bird's open beak, shoved deep into the throat, was a small white flower. A lily. The flower of death. The flower used at Adohina's funeral. "Don't touch it!" Ernuf was suddenly there, grabbing Asena's shoulder and jerking her back. He looked down at the dead bird, his sneer vanishing, replaced by a look of confusion and revulsion. "What the hell is this?" "It's a message," Asena whispered, staring at the lily. A threat. A hawk dropped it, Ernuf said quickly, though his voice lacked conviction. Or a fox dragged it here. A fox doesn't tie a royal ribbon to a bird's leg, Captain, Asena said, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. And a hawk doesn't stuff a funeral flower down its throat. This was placed here. Recently. The rigor mortis hasn't even set in yet. She looked up, scanning the sheer stone wall above them. The ivy climbed 40 feet up, ending directly at the ledge of the nursery window. The window to the room where Geri, Boris, and Tala slept. Someone climbed down, Asena realized, the horror dawning on her. Or someone threw it from the window. Impossible, Ernuf spat. The nursery is locked. The window is alarmed. No one has been in that room except you, me, and the Alpha. And the cleaning staff, Asena added. And the wet nurses before I arrived, and the guards who patrol the hallway. She looked at the raven again. The sulfur smell was coming from the bird's feathers. It had been dusted with something to mask the scent of the person who handled it. That was why the wolf guards hadn't smelled the intruder. They had smelled a dead bird and ignored it, while the chemical masked the scent of the traitor. This wasn't an intruder from outside, Asena said, turning to look at the high walls of the garden. The perimeter wasn't breached. The alarms didn't go off. This was placed by someone who already has access to the grounds. Ernuf stared at the bird, his face pale. He pulled a pair of latex gloves from his belt and crouched down, examining the ribbon. This is from the old uniform supply. We stopped using this fabric 3 years ago. Whoever did this wants you to know they can get close, Asena said, her mind racing. They placed this directly under the nursery. It's a promise, Ernuf. They are coming back for the babies. Not on my watch, Ernuf growled, standing up and pulling his radio. Code red. Perimeter sweep. I want every inch of this garden searched. Check the ivy. Check the drains. It's not the perimeter you need to check, Asena argued, grabbing his arm. It's the staff. It's your men. Someone dusted this bird with sulfur to hide their scent from you. Who has access to chemical supplies? Who has access to the old uniforms? Ernuf ripped his arm away, glaring at her. You are a guest here, Vance. You are not an investigator. You are a nanny. Take the heirs inside. Now. You're ignoring the evidence, Asena shouted, pointing at the bird. The call is coming from inside the house, Captain. If you look for a ghost outside the walls, you're going to miss the monster sitting at the dinner table. Inside! Ernuf roared, his alpha command vibrating in the air. Asena flinched, the magical weight of the command forcing her to step back. She looked at him with a mixture of pity and fear. He was too proud. He couldn't admit that his fortress had been breached from the inside because that would mean he had failed again. She turned and ran back to the stroller. Katniss was already packing the blanket, looking terrified. Asena began strapping the babies in with frantic, trembling hands. Geri started to cry, sensing her fear. It's okay, Asena whispered, though she didn't believe it. She clicked the buckle shut. We're going inside. As she pushed the stroller rapidly toward the patio doors, she looked back one last time. Ernuf was standing over the dead raven, barking orders into his radio, his back to the castle. He was looking at the wall, looking for a way in. But Asena looked up at the castle itself. She looked at the hundreds of dark windows staring down at them like unblinking eyes. Somewhere behind one of those panes of glass, someone was watching. Someone who had held that dead bird, tied that ribbon, and smiled. The traitor wasn't coming. The traitor was already here. And as the heavy glass doors locked behind her, Asena realized she had just walked back into the trap. Chapter 9. The storm didn't roll in. It crashed against the mountains like a wave breaking on jagged rocks. For hours, the pressure in the castle had been building, a physical weight that made the air feel thick and static, charged. By midnight, the sky broke open. Rain lashed against the ancient stone walls of the fortress with the force of bullets, and wind howled through the battlements like a grieving ghost. Asena sat on the edge of her bed in the royal suite, unable to sleep. The discovery of the dead raven in the garden had rattled her more than the fire. Fire was elemental. It was chaos. But a bird with a snapped neck and a funeral flower down its throat. That was calculated malice. It was a promise. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the ivy climbing the wall, reaching for the nursery window like skeletal fingers. A flash of lightning turned the room stark white for a split second, followed immediately by a crack of thunder so loud it shook the floorboards beneath her feet. Then, the world went black. The hum of the electric lamps died. The digital clock on the bedside table blinked out. The fortress was plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. Asena froze, her heart leaping into her throat. A power outage in a high-security facility wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a vulnerability. She waited for the hum of the backup generators, for the emergency lights to kick in. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Nothing. The silence that followed the thunder was heavy, pregnant with danger, and then it was shattered. From the room next door, a terrified triple harmony wail erupted. The triplets. They had slept through the wind. But the thunder and the sudden plunge into darkness had terrified them. Asena didn't wait for her eyes to adjust. She didn't wait for a guard to come with a flashlight. She grabbed the small tactical penlight she kept in her pocket, old ranger habits dying hard, and sprinted for the connecting door. She burst into the nursery, clicking the small light on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a scene of chaos. The cribs were shaking as the babies thrashed. Tala was screaming a high-pitched, panic-stricken sound that grated on the nerves. Geri was sobbing, breathless, and Boris was gripping the bars of his crib, his eyes wide and glowing silver in the gloom, reflecting the beam of the flashlight like a nocturnal animal. "I'm here!" Asena called out, her voice competing with the rain hammering against the glass. "It's okay. I'm here!" She rushed to Geri first, scooping him up. He was shaking, his skin clammy with sweat. She pulled him close, but before she could turn to get Boris, the door to the hallway flew open. A massive shadow filled the frame. Asena spun around, shining the light instinctively at the intruder. The beam hit Alpha Alarick squarely in the chest. He was shirtless, wearing only low-slung sweatpants, his hair damp and messy as if he had been running his hands through it. His eyes were glowing a fierce, luminescent gold. Wolf sight that didn't need a flashlight to navigate the dark. "Put the light down," Alarick growled, raising a hand to shield his eyes. "You'll blind them." Asena clicked the light off immediately. The room plunged back into darkness, lit only by the strobe light flashes of lightning outside. "The power," Asena said, her voice shaking slightly as she rocked Geri. "Why aren't the generators on?" "The storm surged the grid," Alarick replied, his voice moving closer. She could hear his bare feet on the carpet. He sounded calm, but underneath there was a vibration of tension. "Torian is manually resetting the breakers. It will take time." He moved past her to the other cribs. Asena saw his silhouette outlined by a flash of lightning as he lifted Boris and Tala with effortless strength, one in each arm. The babies, sensing their father's immense grounding presence, quieted slightly, but the thunder cracked again. "Boom!" And they all screamed in unison. "They're terrified of the noise," Asena said, raising her voice over the din. "We need to ground them. Get on the floor." "The floor?" Alarick asked, sounding baffled. Yes, the floor. It feels safer. Lower center of gravity. Just do it. Asena sank down onto the thick plush rug in the center of the room, pulling Geri into her lap. After a moment's hesitation, the King of the North lowered himself down beside her. There, in the dark, huddled on the rug while the storm raged outside, the dynamic shifted. They weren't alpha and prisoner. They weren't king and servant. They were just two adults trying to comfort three terrified children. "Give me Tala," Asena whispered. "She needs the heartbeat." Alarick passed the smallest triplet to her. Asena arranged them expertly. Geri nestled in the crook of her leg, Tala against her chest, listening to her heart. Alarick kept Boris, who was the calmest, cradled against his broad, bare chest. "Shh," Asena hummed, the vibration traveling through her body to the infants. "It's just the sky talking. It's just noise." Alarick watched her in the darkness. His wolf vision made the room as clear as day in monochrome grays and silvers. He saw the way she curled around his children, a protective shell. He saw the softness of her expression, the way her lips brushed the top of Tala's head. The air in the room was humid, heavy with the scent of ozone from the storm, milk from the babies, and her. The wildflower scent was stronger in the heat of the closed room. It wrapped around Alarick's throat like a noose. "They settle for you," Alarick said quietly, his voice a low rumble that Boris seemed to vibrate against. "Faster than they ever did for the nurses, even faster than for me." "I'm not scary," Asena murmured, rubbing Geri's back. "Am I scary?" The question hung in the air, vulnerable and unexpected. Asena looked up. A flash of lightning illuminated his face, the sharp angles, the scars, the haunted depth of his eyes. "You are terrified," Asena said softly. "You hold them like you think they're going to break, or like someone is going to snatch them away. They feel that tension, Alarick. I just hold them like they're already safe." Alarick went still. She saw right through him. He looked down at Boris, forcing his muscles to relax, forcing his grip to loosen. "I lost their mother in a room like this," he confessed, the words torn out of him by the darkness. When the thunder hit, for a second, it sounded like the explosion that blew the door off. Asena reached out. It was an instinct, a momentary lapse in judgment. She placed her hand over his hand, the one resting on Boris's back. Her skin was cool. His was burning hot. The contact was electric. It wasn't static from the storm. It was a jolt of pure biological recognition that shot up Asena's arm and slammed into her chest. Alarick drew in a sharp hiss of breath. Under her palm, the muscles of his forearm jumped. They didn't pull away. The world narrowed down to the point where their skin touched. The storm outside faded into background noise. The crying of the babies tapered off into soft, rhythmic breathing as the tension in the room transformed into something entirely different. Alarick turned his hand over, intertwining his fingers with hers. His palm was rough, calloused from years of fighting, swallowing her smaller hand completely. He looked at her, his gold eyes glowing in the dark, pupils blown wide. "Asena," he whispered. It wasn't a command. It was a question, a plea. He leaned in. The movement was slow, inevitable, like gravity. Asena found herself leaning forward to meet him, drawn by a magnetism she couldn't fight. The scent of him, rain, cedar, and raw, masculine musk, flooded her senses, drowning out the fear, drowning out the warning bells in her head that screamed he is the danger. His face was inches from hers. She could feel the heat radiating from his bare chest. She could feel his breath on her lips. He lowered his head, his nose brushing along the sensitive line of her jaw. inhaling deeply, shuddering as he took in her scent. Mine, his wolf purred in the silence of his mind. Asena's eyes fluttered shut. Her heart was hammering so hard she thought it would wake the babies. She tilted her head back, exposing her throat, a gesture of submission and invitation that no ranger should ever offer a wolf. Alarick's lips brushed the corner of her mouth. He was going to kiss her. He was going to claim her right here on the nursery floor, amidst the storm and the ruins of his past. Crack boom! A bolt of lightning struck the lightning rod on the main tower directly above them. The sound was deafening, an explosion of sound that shook the very foundations of the castle. The spell shattered. Alarick jerked back as if he had been physically struck. He stared at Asena, his eyes wide, the gold fading into a look of horrified realization. He looked at their joined hands, fingers laced over the sleeping body of his son. He looked at her lips, swollen and parted. And then he saw the ghost, not a real one, but the memory of Adokina that stood between them, accusing him. He was about to kiss a stranger he suspected of treason, a stranger who had replaced his dead wife in the nursery. He ripped his hand away from hers. Alarick choked out, scrambling backward, putting distance between them. He stood up abruptly, his chest heaving. The power. I need to check the power. Alarick, Asena whispered, reaching out to the empty air where he had been. Don't! He snapped, turning his back on her. His voice was harsh, brittle with self-loathing. Stay with them. Don't leave this room. He strode to the door, tearing it open and flooding the room with the light from the hallway. The emergency generators had finally kicked in. The harsh red glare of the emergency lights washed over him, making him look like a demon retreating into the fire. He didn't look back. He slammed the door, leaving Asena sitting on the floor in the red gloom. Her hand still tingling where he had held it, the taste of the almost kiss bitter on her tongue. Chapter 10. The sun rose over the northern territory with a mockery of cheerfulness. The storm had scrubbed the sky clean, leaving it a brilliant, piercing blue. But inside the royal suite, the atmosphere was heavy with the wreckage of the night before. Asena moved around the nursery like a robot, her movements mechanical and precise. She folded blankets, sterilized bottles, and avoided looking at the spot on the rug where she had almost surrendered her soul to the Alpha King. Her lips still tingled. It was a phantom sensation, a ghost of a touch that hadn't quite landed, and it infuriated her. She was a survivor. She was a woman who had outsmarted bounty hunters and lived off the grid for 5 years. She was not a woman who melted because a man with sad eyes and broad shoulders held her hand in the dark. "You're quiet today," Katniss observed, placing a stack of fresh diapers on the changing table. The housekeeper paused, looking at Asena closely. "And you look like you haven't slept." "The storm," Asena lied, keeping her back turned as she burped Boris. "The thunder kept waking me up." "The thunder stopped at 2 a.m., Katniss noted gently. "But I heard pacing in the Alpha's room until dawn." Asena stiffened. So he hadn't slept either. Good. Let him suffer. Let him pace the floor and analyze the tactical error of almost kissing the help. She placed Boris in his crib, her hands trembling slightly. She needed coffee. She needed a weapon. She needed to get her head back in the game before... The door opened. It wasn't the tentative knock of a maid or the aggressive entry of Captain Ernouf. It was him. Alpha Alarick stepped into the nursery, bringing the scent of espresso and cold mountain air with him. He was fully dressed in his official charcoal suit, every button done up, every hair in place. The wild, half-naked creature from the storm was gone, buried under layers of silk and armor. His face was a mask of icy indifference. "Leave us," Alarick said to Katniss. Katniss looked between the two of them, sensing the static electricity in the air thick enough to choke on. She dipped her head quickly and hurried out, closing the door with a click that sounded like a judge's gavel. Asena stood by the crib, gripping the wooden rail. She didn't turn around. "If you're here to fire me," she said, her voice steady despite her racing heart, "do it quickly, but don't expect me to leave without saying goodbye to them." "I am not here to fire you," Alarick replied. His voice was cool, stripped of the intimacy of the night before. He walked around the perimeter of the room, keeping a safe distance from her, as if she were radioactive. "I am here because we have a situation that can no longer be ignored. Last night was a lapse in judgment. It was the adrenaline, the grief. It will not happen again." Asena turned slowly to face him. He refused to meet her eyes, focusing instead on the mobile spinning above Tala's crib. "Agreed," Asena said, matching his coldness. "A lapse. Good." Alarick finally looked at her. His eyes were hard, the gold dulled to a flat amber. "But that is not the only thing we need to discuss. The storm revealed something else, Asena. It revealed that you are not who you say you are, and I am done playing guessing games." "My office," Alarick commanded, turning on his heel. "Now." It wasn't a request. Asena cast one last look at the babies, who were thankfully distracted by their toys, and followed him. The walk across the hall felt like a march to the gallows. The royal suite was her sanctuary. His office was his territory. Alarick walked behind his massive mahogany desk but didn't sit. He stood with his hands braced on the wood, looking down at a file folder lying open on the blotter. Asena recognized it. It was her personnel file from the Ranger Service. "Sit," he ordered, gesturing to the stiff leather chair opposite him. "I prefer to stand," Asena replied, crossing her arms over her chest. It was a defensive posture, shielding her heart, shielding the scar on her shoulder. Alarick looked up, his gaze sharp. "Suit yourself. Let's look at the facts, shall we? Fact 1. You performed advanced infant resuscitation that isn't taught in any Ranger handbook. Fact 2. You identified a specific chemical agent on a dead bird in my garden before my head of security did. Fact 3. Last night, in the dark, when the lightning struck, you didn't flinch." Asena frowned. "Everyone flinches at lightning." "No," Alarick corrected softly. "Civilians flinch. Prey flinches. You didn't. Your pulse didn't jump. Your muscles didn't tense. You went perfectly still. That is a combat response, Asena. That is the reaction of someone who has been conditioned to suppress fear in the face of sudden loud noises, like gunfire or explosions." He slammed the file shut. "I ran a deeper background check, not just the Ranger Service. I reached out to contacts in the intelligence sector. The name Asena Vance didn't exist prior to 5 years ago. No birth certificate, no school records. You popped into existence as a 22-year-old woman with a fake social security number and a desire to live in the middle of nowhere." He rounded the desk, moving toward her. "I can't protect you if I don't know what I am protecting you from. Is it the law? Did you kill someone?" "I didn't kill anyone," Asena said, her voice tight. "Then who is Harold?" Alarick demanded, stopping inches from her. "You mentioned the name once, when you were half delirious in the hospital. You said Harold is hunting me. Who is he? An ex-lover? A loan shark?" "He's not a lover," Asena spat, the disgust visceral. "He's a collector." "A collector of what?" "Of assets," Asena whispered, backing up until her legs hit the chair she had refused to sit in. "Of things that are unique, things that shouldn't exist." Alarick narrowed his eyes. "You are human. There is nothing unique about a human in a world of shifters. Asena let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Is that what you think? You think I'm just a normal human? She reached for the collar of her tunic. You wanted the truth, Alpha? You wanted to know why I have scars? Why I know how to fix broken bodies? Why I don't flinch? She didn't wait for his permission. Asena gripped the neckline of her gray tunic and pulled it violently to the side, exposing her left shoulder and collarbone. Alarick's eyes dropped to her skin. He expected to see the burn from the fire, and it was there, a pink, healing patch of angry skin. But underneath the new injury, carved into the flesh just above her collarbone, was something old, something white and jagged and deliberate. It wasn't a random scar. It was a brand, a series of numbers and letters, sub 7 and beneath it, a stylized symbol of a serpent eating its own tail, the Ouroboros. What is this? Alarick breathed, his voice losing its accusatory edge. He reached out, his fingers hovering over the mark but not touching it. It's an inventory number, Asena said, her voice trembling now that the secret was out. She pulled her shirt back up, unable to bear his gaze on it any longer. Herald isn't a man. It's an organization, the Herald Institute for Genetic Advancement. Alarick froze. I've heard rumors. They operate in the gray zones. Illegal experimentation. Chimeras. They buy people, Asena corrected. Or they steal them. People with anomalies. I was sold to them when I was 6 years old because I could hear things others couldn't. Because I healed too fast. Because my blood didn't look right under a microscope. She wrapped her arms around herself, staring at the floor. I spent 16 years in a white room, Alarick. They didn't teach me math or history. They taught me pain tolerance. They taught me anatomy by making me dissect things. They conditioned me to be a blank slate so they could see if they could splice shifter DNA into a human host without the host going mad. Alarick felt a wave of nausea roll through him. He looked at the small, fragile woman standing before him. He had thought she was a spy, a criminal, but she was a victim of the worst kind of violation. The ranger skills, Alarick started. Escape and evasion training, Asena supplied. I didn't learn it to be a ranger. I learned it so that when I finally broke out, I could disappear into the only place they couldn't track me, the wild. I picked your territory because everyone said the Northern King was a monster. I thought if I hid in a monster's backyard, the scientists wouldn't dare come looking. She looked up at him, her eyes wet with unshed tears. But the dead raven in the garden, the chemical smell, that was formaldehyde, Alarick. That's Harold's calling card. They know I'm here. They aren't just coming for your babies. They're coming to reclaim their asset. The silence in the office was absolute. Outside, the morning birds were singing, oblivious to the horror that had just been spilled in the room. Alarick stood paralyzed. His mind raced, reevaluating everything he knew about her. The way she handled the babies with such fierce protectiveness. It wasn't just instinct. It was the reaction of someone who knew exactly what it felt like to be helpless and used. She was protecting them from the life she had lived, and the chemistry, the formaldehyde. She had recognized it because it was the scent of her childhood prison. A low, vibrating growl started in Alarick's chest. It wasn't directed at her. It was directed at the invisible enemy that had branded her like cattle. His wolf was pacing, thrashing against his ribs, demanding blood. She is ours, the beast roared. Who hurt her? Kill them. Alarick closed the distance between them. He didn't stop until he was looming over her, but this time, he didn't use his height to intimidate. He used it to shelter. Show me again, he said, his voice rough. Alarick, don't. Show me. Asena hesitated, then slowly pulled the fabric aside again. Alarick stared at the brand. Sub 714. It was an insult to nature. It was an insult to him. Without thinking, he lifted his hand and placed his palm flat against the scar. His skin was warm, calloused, and large enough to cover the mark completely. Asena gasped at the contact. He wasn't hurting her. He was covering the brand, hiding it. "They did this to you," Alarick whispered, his thumb tracing the jagged line of the number. "They treated you like a thing." "I am a thing to them," Asena whispered back. "I'm just a lab rat that got loose." "No," Alarick said fiercely. He moved his hand from her shoulder to cup her cheek, forcing her to look up at him. His eyes were blazing gold, fully shifted into his wolf sight. "You are the woman who walked into fire for my children. You are the woman who holds my son when he screams. You are under my roof, Asena." He leaned down, his forehead resting against hers. The contact was grounding, heavy, and undeniable. "Let Harold come," Alarick vowed, the words vibrating through her skull. "Let them come to my gates. They will find that the monster in the backyard is very real, and he is very angry." He pulled back slightly, locking eyes with her. "No one touches you again. Not scientists, not rogues, not even my own guards. You are not Asset 714. You are Pack, and the Pack protects its own." Asena stared at him, her breath caught in her throat. He wasn't offering her a job anymore. He wasn't offering her a cage. He was offering her a war. And for the first time in her life, looking into the savage gold eyes of the king, she believed she might actually win it. Chapter 11. The summons came at 800 hours, sharp and urgent as a gunshot. A scout had returned from the southern ridge, bloodied and breathless, with intel that was too specific to ignore. They had found tracks, not just rogue wolf prints, but heavy tire treads from armored vehicles, and the remnants of a campsite that smelled of sterilized chemicals. It was Harold. The Institute had been spotted near the border, less than 10 miles from the castle walls. Alarick stood in the foyer of the royal suite, buckling his tactical vest over his chest. He looked like a god of war preparing for the end of the world. His face was grim, the gold in his eyes simmering with a violent anticipation. He wasn't just going to patrol. He was going to hunt. "It's a trap," Asena said from the nursery doorway. She was holding Geri, who was chewing on a silicone ring. "You know it's a trap, Alarick. Harold doesn't leave tracks unless he wants to be followed." "I know," Alarick replied, tightening the straps of his holster. He checked the clip of his sidearm, a large caliber pistol loaded with silver nitrate hollow points. "But if he is that close to my home, I cannot ignore it. I have to push him back. I have to make him bleed." He crossed the room in 2 long strides, stopping in front of her. He didn't touch her. Katniss and the guards were watching from the hallway, but the air between them crackled with the memory of the storm. He reached out and brushed his thumb over Geri's cheek, then looked at Asena. "I am leaving Ernouf with a double detail," Alarick said, his voice low. "The castle is on full lockdown. No one in, no one out. The perimeter shield is at maximum frequency. Not even a ghost could get through without melting." "Ernouf hates me," Asena reminded him. "Ernouf hates everyone," Alarick corrected. "But he is loyal. He would die before he let anyone breach this floor. You are safe here, Asena. I will return before sunset." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper that only she could hear. "Keep them safe, Luna." The title hit her like a physical blow. Luna. It wasn't official, but the weight of it was undeniable. Before she could respond, before she could tell him to be careful, he turned and strode out the door, barking orders at Beta Taurian to mobilize the strike team. Asena watched him go, a cold knot of dread tightening in her stomach. He was marching out to fight the monster in the woods, leaving the castle thinking it was a fortress. But fortresses were only as strong as the people holding the keys. The castle felt empty without Alarick's presence. The oppressive, heavy aura of the Alpha was gone, replaced by a hollow silence that magnified every creak and groan of the ancient stone. The lockdown was absolute. Steel shutters had descended over the lower windows, and the hum of the magical perimeter shield was a low-frequency vibration that Asena could feel in her teeth. By early afternoon, the triplets were down for their nap. Katniss had gone down to the kitchens to supervise the preparation of the evening meal, leaving Asena alone in the east wing. It should have been peaceful. The guards were posted at the end of the hall, their shadows stretching long under the door gap. Asena paced the nursery, her ranger instincts itching. She checked the monitors. She checked the window locks. She checked the hallway camera feed on the tablet Alarick had given her. Everything was green. Everything was secure. But the silence was wrong. She walked into her bedroom, the royal suite, and stopped. A sound was drifting through the ventilation grate near the floor. It was faint, barely audible over the hum of the air conditioning, but Asena's ears were trained to hear the snap of a twig at 100 yards. Kzit. Asset. Kzist. Ready. It was static. Electronic distortion. Asena frowned, kneeling by the grate. Radios didn't work inside the castle when the shields were up. The magical frequency jammed external signals. The only way to communicate out was via the hardwired comms in the security room, or a satellite uplink using a frequency that bypassed the shield. Alpha is gone. Bait taken. Sector 4 clear. The voice was muffled, echoing from the room directly below hers. Asena closed her eyes, visualizing the castle blueprints Alarick had left on his desk. Below the royal suite wasn't a guard station. It was the medical supply storage, a restricted area. She stood up, her heart hammering. Someone was broadcasting. Someone was telling an outsider that the Alpha was gone. She looked at the nursery door. The babies were asleep. The guards were at the far end of the hall, near the stairwell. If she alerted them, and it was nothing, Ernuf would have her head. But if she didn't... Asena grabbed a heavy brass candlestick from the mantel, a crude weapon but better than nothing, and slipped out of the suite. She didn't go toward the guards. She moved in the opposite direction, toward the service elevator used by the housekeeping staff. It was silent, unguarded, and it led directly down to the supply levels. The service corridor on the level below was dim, lit only by emergency strips. The air here smelled sterile, antiseptic, latex, and the faint, sweet chemical scent she had smelled in the garden, formaldehyde. Asena moved like a phantom, her socks silent on the linoleum. The door to the medical storage room, too, was ajar, a sliver of light spilling out onto the floor. The voice was clearer now. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was confident, cold, and terrifyingly familiar. "He took the bait perfectly," the voice said. "He took the entire elite strike team. The castle is running on a skeleton crew." Asena froze, pressing her back against the wall. She knew that voice. She heard it every day. It was the voice that had diagnosed the imprint, the voice that had argued for Asena to stay. Dr. Corinne. "Yes, the shield is up," Corinne continued, a pause suggesting she was listening to a response on an earpiece. "But I have the override codes. I can drop the frequency in the north quadrant for 30 seconds. That's all you need." Asena's hand tightened on the candlestick until her knuckles turned white. Corinne, the trusted healer, the woman who had birthed the triplets. It made sick sense. She had access to the nursery. She had access to the chemicals to treat the dead bird. She had insisted Asena be brought to the babies. not to save them, but to keep the asset in a known location for Harold to retrieve. "No, don't kill the heirs yet," Corinne said. Her tone as casual as if she were ordering lunch. Ariuffie wants them for leverage, but the woman, Subject 714, Harold wants her intact. She has the chimera strain. If she's damaged, my payment is void. Asena felt bile rise in her throat. She wasn't a person to Corinne. She was a paycheck, a science experiment. "I'm initializing the sequence now," Corinne said. "Get your team to the north gate. The code is Alpha Delta 9. Asena had heard enough. She couldn't fight Corinne and whoever she was talking to. She needed Ernouf. She needed to trigger the alarm. She turned to run back to the elevator, but her foot caught on a loose tile. Her shoe squeaked, a sharp, high-pitched sound that echoed like a gunshot in the quiet hallway. The voice in the room stopped instantly. Asena didn't wait. She bolted. She sprinted toward the elevator, hitting the call button frantically, but the elevator was slow, too slow. Behind her, the door to the storage room slammed open. "Stop!" Corinne shouted. She wasn't holding a stethoscope. She was holding a shock pistol, a weapon designed to incapacitate raging werewolves. Asena abandoned the elevator and dove for the stairwell door. She crashed through it, taking the stairs 2 at a time, her lungs burning. She had to get to the nursery. She had to get to the babies before Corinne dropped the shields. "Security!" Asena screamed, her voice echoing in the stairwell. "Intruder, level 3! She burst out onto the main landing, colliding hard with a chest of solid armor. Captain Ernouf grabbed her arms to steady her, his face a mask of fury. "What are you doing down here, Vance?" Ernouf barked, shaking her. "I told you to stay in the suite." "It's Corinne," Asena gasped, pointing down the stairs. "Corinne is the mole. She has a transmitter. She's dropping the shields." Ernouf stared at her, blinkered by his prejudice. "The doctor? You're out of your mind. You're the one running around the secure levels with a candlestick." "Listen to me," Asena screamed, grabbing his tactical vest. "She called Harold. She gave them the code. Alpha Delta 9. She's opening the north gate." Ernouf froze. The color drained from his face. Alpha Delta 9 was a code that only the inner circle knew. It was the emergency override. Before he could reach for his radio, a sound tore through the castle. It wasn't an alarm. It was a deep, resonating thrum-down sound. The sound of the magical energy field powering down. The hum that vibrated in the walls vanished. The lights flickered and surged. "Shields down," a mechanical voice announced over the intercom. "North quadrant. Warning. Perimeter breach." Ernouf shoved Asena behind him, drawing his weapon. "Get to the nursery. Lock the door." He raised his radio to his lips. "All units. Code red. The north gate is open. We have hostiles." But it was too late. From the courtyard below, the sound of engines roared, not the engines of patrol trucks, but the heavy, grinding gears of armored assault vehicles crashing through the defenseless iron gates. Gunfire erupted, sharp and sudden. Asena didn't wait to watch the battle. She turned and ran for the east wing, her heart screaming one name over and over: Geri, Boris, Tala. The trap had sprung. The Alpha was gone. The shields were down, and the wolves were already inside. Chapter 12. The sirens were not a sound. They were a physical vibration that rattled the teeth and blurred the vision. Asena sprinted down the east wing corridor, the brass candlestick gripped in her hand like a baton. The castle, usually a sanctuary of silence and stone, had erupted into a war zone. Beneath her feet, the floorboards shook with the impact of explosions from the courtyard below. The roar of automatic gunfire, A jarring, mechanical sound that had no place in a world of claws and teeth echoed up the stairwell. She skidded around the corner, her sneakers squeaking on the polished wood. The air here was already changing. The crisp mountain scent replaced by the acrid sting of cordite and the metallic tang of blood. The guards who had been posted at the end of the hall were gone, likely drawn down to the main breach at the north gate, leaving the royal family's floor dangerously exposed. It was exactly what Corinne had planned. Draw the teeth of the wolf pack to the throat, leaving the heart unguarded. Asena reached the heavy double doors of the nursery suite. She didn't fumble with the handle. She threw her shoulder against the wood, bursting into the room with enough force to startle the occupants. Inside, the scene was one of frozen terror. Katniss stood in the center of the room, clutching a crying Tala to her chest. Geri and Boris were wailing in their cribs, the red emergency lights bathing the room in the color of fresh blood. The housekeeper looked up, her face pale and trembling. "Asena!" Katniss gasped, stepping forward. "The sirens, the lights. What is happening?" "We are under attack," Asena said, her voice stripped of all emotion, cold and hard as steel. She slammed the door shut and immediately engaged the deadbolt. It was a flimsy defense against a werewolf, but it bought seconds. Corinne dropped the shields. "The Institute is here, and the rogues are with them." "The Institute?" Katniss's eyes widened in horror. She knew the stories. Everyone did. But the Alpha, Alarick is 10 miles away chasing a ghost, Asena snapped, dropping the candlestick to grab the heavy oak dresser standing against the wall. "Put Tala in the crib, now." Katniss hesitated, paralyzed by panic. "Move!" Asena shouted, the command cracking like a whip. Katniss jumped, rushing to deposit the sobbing infant. Asena dug her heels into the carpet, gritting her teeth as she shoved the dresser. It weighed 300 pounds. Solid wood filled with linens, but adrenaline was a potent fuel. With a grunt of exertion, she slid it across the floor, jamming it beneath the door handle. It wouldn't stop a battering ram, but it would stop the first wave. "Get away from the door," Asena ordered, moving to the window. She ripped the velvet curtains down, plunging the room into shadows, hiding their silhouettes from any snipers in the garden. "Get the babies. We move them to the ensuite bathroom. It has no windows. It's the safest point." The sound of boots pounding on the hallway floor outside stopped them cold. It wasn't the rhythmic march of the Royal Guard. It was a chaotic, heavy stampede. There were shouts, rough, guttural voices barking orders in a dialect Asena recognized from the border towns. "Rogues." "They're here," Katniss whispered, backing away until she hit the cribs. She grabbed a heavy glass vase from the side table, her hands shaking so hard the water sloshed out. "I won't let them take them. I won't." "Stay down," Asena hissed. She scanned the room for weapons. The candlestick was a bludgeon. The vase was a distraction. She needed an edge. Her eyes landed on the medical supply cart Corinne had left in the corner. She sprinted to it, ripping open the drawers. Gauze, saline, alcohol. Alcohol. She grabbed the bottle of 90% isopropyl alcohol and a box of matches from the emergency kit. It wasn't a gun, but in a confined space, fire was a universal language that even wolves understood. Boom. The nursery door shuddered violently. Dust rained down from the frame. Someone had thrown their shoulder against the wood from the other side. The dresser groaned, sliding an inch across the carpet. "Open the door!" a voice roared from the hallway. "Give us the pups and we'll make it quick." Katniss let out a whimper. Asena uncapped the alcohol. She poured a line of it across the carpet, 3 feet in front of the barricade, creating a fire break. She soaked a hand towel in the rest of the bottle. "Katniss, take the babies to the bathroom," Asena said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Lock the door. Do not open it unless you hear my voice. If you hear anyone else, you stay quiet. Do you understand?" "I can't leave you," Katniss sobbed. "You aren't leaving me," Asena said, turning to look at the housekeeper. Her eyes were dark, dilated, and terrifyingly calm. "You are protecting the payload. I am the first line of defense. Go." Katniss grabbed Geri and Boris, tucking one under each arm. She couldn't carry 3. "I'll come back for Tala," Katniss promised, rushing toward the bathroom. Crack! A fist punched through the wood of the nursery door, splintering the panel. A hairy, clawed hand groped for the handle, finding the dresser blocking the way. The rogue snarled, ripping his hand back. "Stand back!" the voice outside yelled. "Blow the hinges!" Asena's eyes widened. She dove toward Tala's crib, scooping the smallest triplet up just as the hallway outside erupted in a flash of light. The explosion wasn't large, a tactical breaching charge, but the concussive force blew the door inward. The heavy oak dresser was launched backward, tumbling end over end. It slammed into Katniss just as she was stepping out of the bathroom to get Tala. There was a sickening crunch. Katniss was thrown against the wall, sliding down into a heap, unconscious, with Geri and Boris wailing on the floor beside her. "No!" Asena screamed. Asena scrambled backward, clutching Tala to her chest with one arm. The room was filled with smoke and drywall dust. Through the haze, 3 figures stepped over the splintered remains of the door. They were massive, dressed in mismatched tactical gear and leathers. Rogues. Their eyes glowed yellow and amber, scanning the room with predatory hunger. The lead rogue, a man with a scar running through his lip, grinned when he saw Katniss slumped against the wall. "2 on the floor," the rogue barked. "1 in the girl's arms. Grab them." The 2 subordinates lunged forward. Asena didn't hesitate. She struck the match she had palmed and flicked it onto the carpet. The line of alcohol ignited with a whoosh. A wall of blue and orange flame erupting between her and the attackers. The wolves recoiled, snarling, the sudden heat singing their fur. Fire was a primal fear for any beast, and for a second, they hesitated. That second was all Asena needed. She placed Tala gently on the floor behind the rocking chair, shielding her view. Then she grabbed the alcohol-soaked towel, wrapped it around the brass candlestick, and lit it. A flaming mace. She stepped through the dying wall of fire, meeting the charge. The first rogue, expecting a cowering nanny, was caught off guard. Asena swung the flaming candlestick with the full rotation of her hips, aiming not for his head, but for his sensitive nose. The brass connected with a wet crunch. The fire singed his eyes. He howled, clutching his face, blinding himself. "Bitch!" the second rogue roared. Shifting his hand into a clawed paw, he swiped at her. Asena ducked under the blow, her ranger training taking over. She didn't fight fair. She drove the butt of the candlestick into his throat, crushing his windpipe, then stomped hard on his instep. As he doubled over, wheezing, she grabbed a scalpel from her pocket, stolen from the medical cart, and drove it into his shoulder. He went down, thrashing. Asena stood panting, the flaming weapon in her hand, placing herself between the fallen rogues and the babies. She looked like a Valkyrie amidst the wreckage, her hair wild, her eyes burning brighter than the fire. "Come on," she challenged the lead rogue. "Come and get them." The leader laughed. It was a dry, rasping sound. He pulled a heavy handgun from his belt. He didn't shift. He didn't engage in hand-to-hand combat. He simply leveled the weapon at her chest. "I like a fighter," he sneered. "They sell for more." Before he could pull the trigger, A hand reached out from the smoke in the hallway. It was a large hand, pale and manicured, wearing a heavy gold ring. It gripped the rogue's gun barrel and pushed it down. "Put it away, Silas," a deep, cultured voice commanded. "We don't damage the merchandise." The rogue froze, terror flashing across his face. He holstered the weapon immediately and stepped back, bowing his head. A man stepped through the shattered doorway. He was tall, wearing a long trench coat that looked out of place in a battle. He had silver hair tied back in a ponytail and eyes that were a disturbing shade of violet. He walked with a limp, using a cane topped with a silver wolf's head. Alpha Ariufi, the Rogue King. He looked around the ruined nursery, taking in the unconscious housekeeper, the wailing babies on the floor, and the 2 groaning wolves Asena had incapacitated. Finally, his gaze landed on Asena. He looked at the flaming candlestick in her hand, then at the barcode scar visible on her collarbone where her tunic had torn. He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a collector finding a rare stamp. "Asset 714, Ariufi purred, stepping over the burning carpet as if it weren't there. "Harold told me you were spirited. He didn't mention you were a warrior." Asena backed up until her legs hit the crib. She was trapped. She had taken down 2 grunts, but this was an alpha. The power radiating off him was suffocating, a heavy blanket of dominance that made her knees want to buckle. But she locked her knees. She raised her chin. "Get out!" she spat. "Oh, I'm afraid not," Ariufi said, glancing at the babies. "I have come for the northern heirs. My employer, however, he has come for you." He snapped his fingers. From the hallway, 4 men in white tactical gear entered. They weren't rogues. They were human. They wore gas masks and carried tranquilizer rifles. Harold's retrieval team. Asena swung the candlestick, desperate to keep them back, but Ariufi moved with supernatural speed. He caught her wrist mid-swing, his grip crushing the bones. Asena cried out, dropping the weapon. It clattered to the floor, the flames sputtering out. Ariufi twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to her knees. He leaned down, inhaling the scent of her hair. "Ash and wildflowers," he mused. "No wonder Alarick wanted to keep you. You smell like tragedy." He looked at the white-clad soldiers. "Take the children, load them into the transport." "No!" Asena screamed, struggling against his grip. "Take me! Leave them! The deal was me for them." "Deals change," Ariufi whispered in her ear. "Why take 1 leverage chip when I can have 4? He signaled to the soldier nearest him. The man raised his rifle and fired a dart into Asena's neck. The world instantly tilted. The red lights blurred into streaks of blood. The sound of Geri, Boris, and Tala screaming faded into a long, underwater echo. Asena slumped forward, caught by Ariufi's arm. The last thing she saw before the darkness took her was a gloved hand reaching down to pick up Tala, and the empty doorway where no savior stood. Chapter 13. The darkness that tugged at Asena's consciousness was heavy and sweet, like dragging her limbs through molasses. The tranquilizer dart in her neck throbbed in time with her slowing heart rate, but the adrenaline of a mother, even a surrogate one, fought a desperate, losing war against the chemistry. Through the haze of gray static filling her vision, she saw the white-clad soldiers lifting the triplets. Geri was kicking, his face a mask of red fury. Boris was silent, eyes wide. Tala hung limp in a soldier's grip, wailing a sound that sliced through the drug-induced fog. "Move them!" Alpha Ariufi commanded, his voice echoing as if from the end of a long tunnel. "The transport is waiting at the breach." Asena tried to lunge, to grab Ariufi's leg, but her body felt like it was made of lead. She collapsed onto the carpet, her fingers scrabbling uselessly against the plush fibers. "Don't," she slurred. the words thick and clumsy. "Take me." Suddenly, the floor beneath them shuddered violently. A deafening boom rocked the east wing, blowing out the remaining glass in the nursery windows. Shards rained down like diamonds. The tactical radio on Ariufi's vest crackled to life, frantic and loud. "Alpha, we have contact. The perimeter is breached. Internal security has rebooted. We have heavy resistance at the extraction point." Ariufi snarled, looking toward the window. Below, in the courtyard, the distinct, rhythmic, thump-thump-thump of heavy-caliber turret fire erupted. The castle's automated defenses had finally come back online. "The air support is pinned down," the voice on the radio screamed. "We can't load the cargo. We have to move light or we don't leave at all." Ariufi looked down at Asena, then at the 3 soldiers struggling with the screaming, thrashing infants. Every second they wasted wrangling the heirs was a second the heavy blast doors were closing. He was a businessman, a cold calculator of risk and reward. He looked at the babies. Political leverage. Messy, loud, difficult to transport. Then he looked at Asena. Genetic gold. Unconscious. Silent. Carrying the chimera strain that Harold had paid a fortune to retrieve. "Change of plans," Ariufi barked, making the decision instantly. "Drop the runts." The soldiers hesitated. "Sir, the king's heirs?" "I said drop them," Ariufi roared, grabbing Asena by the back of her tunic and hauling her up like a rag doll. "They are dead weight. If we take them, we get shot down. If we leave them, Alarick stops chasing us to check on them. They are the distraction." He shoved Asena toward the largest soldier. "Take the asset. She is the priority. Move, now." The soldiers dropped the babies back into the debris-strewn cribs, not gently. Tala shrieked as she hit the mattress. Ariufi turned, casting one last look at the ruined nursery, and then they were running. Asena felt herself being thrown over a shoulder, the world tilting upside down. She watched the cribs receding into the distance, the image blurring as her eyes rolled back. The last thing she heard was the sound of her children crying for her, and the sound of her own heart breaking as the darkness finally swallowed her whole. The nursery was quiet now, save for the wind whistling through the shattered windows and the jagged, exhausted weeping of the triplets. The fire Asena had set on the carpet had burned itself out, leaving a scorched black scar across the room that smelled of burnt wool and chemicals. In the corner, a pile of debris shifted. Katniss groaned, pushing a piece of the shattered door off her legs. Her head swam, blood trickling into her eyes from a gash on her forehead where the dresser had struck her. She blinked, trying to clear the double vision. "Asena?" she whispered, her voice a croak. Silence answered her. Panic surged, cutting through the concussion. Katniss scrambled to her hands and knees, ignoring the nausea that roiled in her stomach. She looked around the devastated room. The furniture was overturned. The curtains were torn down. The floor was slick with water from the vase and blood from the rogue Asena had stabbed. "Asena!" Katniss screamed, dragging herself toward the center of the room. A whimper from the crib stopped her. Katniss pulled herself up using the rail of Geri's crib. Inside, the eldest heir was curled in a ball, his face red and swollen, clutching a piece of torn fabric, a strip of Asena's gray tunic that had ripped off during the struggle. He wasn't screaming anymore. He was hyperventilating, his little chest hitching painfully. "Oh, goddess," Katniss sobbed, reaching in to check him. He was alive, unharmed, miraculously. She checked Boris. He was staring at the ceiling, catatonic with shock. She checked Tala. The little girl was shaking violently, cold to the touch. They were safe. The monsters had left them. But as Katniss turned to look for the nanny, the realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The room was empty. The medical cart was overturned. The scalpel lay on the floor in a pool of drying blood. But Asena was gone. Katniss limped to the window, leaning out over the sill, glass crunching under her palms. In the distance, she saw the taillights of an armored transport vehicle disappearing into the tree line, smoke trailing from its engine as it smashed through the perimeter fence. "They took her," Katniss whispered to the empty room. "They took her instead." She turned back to the cribs, sliding down to the floor, pulling her knees to her chest. She couldn't protect them. She had failed. All she could do now was wait for the king to return and pray that his wrath would leave anything of the world standing. 10 miles away, the highway was a blur of asphalt and trees. The speedometer of the black tactical SUV was buried past 120 miles per hour. The engine screaming in protest. Alpha Alarick gripped the steering wheel so hard the leather cracked under his fingers. His wolf was going insane. It wasn't just intuition anymore. It was a physical severing. 10 minutes ago, he had felt a sharp, agonizing jolt in his chest, like a thread being pulled taut until it snapped. It was the bond, the tentative, fragile connection he had formed with Asena in the storm. It hadn't broken, but it had gone dark, silent. Distance was stretching it to its breaking point. "Status!" Alarick roared into his comms, swerving around a logging truck without touching the brakes. "The decoy camp was empty, Alpha." Beta Torian's voice crackled in his ear, breathless. Torian was in the vehicle behind him. It was a setup, cardboard tents and heat lamps to fool the thermal drones. There was no one there. "I know it was a setup," Alarick snarled. "Report on the castle. Why aren't they answering?" "Comms are down, Alpha. The base station isn't responding. But..." Torian hesitated. "Telemetry shows the North Gate perimeter is offline." "Offline?" Alarick slammed his foot harder on the gas. The landscape blurred. "If the North Gate is down, the East Wing is exposed." He didn't need to say it. Every wolf in the convoy knew what was in the East Wing. Alarick's mind flashed to the image of Asena standing in the nursery doorway that morning, holding Geri. Keep them safe, Luna. He had left her. He had walked out to chase a phantom in the woods while the real wolves circled his home. He had promised her protection. He had promised that no one would touch her again. "Faster," Alarick growled to himself, his eyes bleeding into full gold. "Faster." They crested the final ridge. The castle came into view. Smoke was rising from the courtyard. The iron gates were twisted wreckage, blown inward. The silence of the radio was replaced by the visual confirmation of his worst nightmare. Alarick didn't wait for the convoy to regroup. He drove the SUV straight through the ruined gates, skidding to a halt over the debris of the courtyard fountain. He kicked the door open before the vehicle had fully stopped, shifting halfway into his war form as he hit the pavement. Claws extending, teeth lengthening, a roar tearing from his throat that shook the birds from the trees. "Secure the perimeter," Alarick bellowed to his men as they piled out of the trucks. "Kill anything that doesn't smell like pack." He didn't wait for them. He launched himself toward the main doors, taking the stone steps 3 at a time. He didn't use the elevator. He sprinted up the grand staircase, his claws gouging deep grooves into the marble, following the scent of burning wood, blood, and the terrifying, cloying stench of formaldehyde. The door to the nursery was already destroyed, hanging off one hinge. Alarick slammed into the frame, his chest heaving, his claws dripping with the anticipation of violence. "Asena!" he roared, the name tearing out of his throat. The room was a ruin. It looked like a bomb had gone off. The scorched carpet, the overturned furniture, the shattered glass. But it was quiet. Alarick froze. His eyes scanned the wreckage frantically. He saw Katniss sitting on the floor, weeping silently. He saw the cribs. He rushed to them, his heart stopping. He looked down. Geri looked up at him, his face streaked with dried tears. Boris blinked slowly. Tala was curled in a ball. They were alive. They were unharmed. Alarick let out a breath that was half sob, half growl. He reached out with a trembling hand to touch Geri's cheek, needing the tactile confirmation that his bloodline hadn't ended. Geri leaned into the touch, but then he turned his head, looking past Alarick, looking toward the door. He let out a soft, questioning whine. "Where is she?" Alarick straightened up. He turned slowly, scanning the room again. "Where is she?" Alarick asked Katniss. His voice was terrifyingly quiet. Katniss looked up, her face a mask of tragedy. She didn't speak. She just pointed toward the window, toward the empty road beyond the gates. Alarick walked to the center of the room. He stepped on something hard. He looked down. It was the brass candlestick Asena had held. It was blackened with soot and sticky with blood. Rogue blood. Beside it lay a scalpel, and a few feet away, a small pool of blood that smelled of wildflowers. She had fought. She had stood alone against the darkness while he was miles away playing soldier. He inhaled deeply. The scent of her was fading, overlaid by the chemical stench of the intruders. But underneath it, there was the lingering scent of Ereufi, and something colder. Harold. They hadn't taken the children. They had taken her. The realization hit Alarick with the force of a physical impact. They had come for the asset. They had traded his children's lives for hers. She had likely offered herself to save them. The grief that washed over him was instant and paralyzing. But it was quickly consumed by a rage so pure, so white-hot, that his vision went red. He threw his head back and let out a howl that wasn't human. It was the sound of a wolf whose mate had been stolen. It echoed through the stone corridors, down into the valley and out across the mountains, a promise of death to anyone who stood in his way. He wasn't a king anymore. He was a hunter, and he wouldn't stop until the world burned or she was back in his arms. Chapter 14. The howl died away, leaving a silence in the nursery that was heavier than the stone walls of the fortress. Alarick stood in the center of the devastation, his chest heaving, the sound of his own blood rushing in his ears like a cataract. He was vibrating with a lethal energy, his human form barely containing the massive, murderous wolf that clawed at his skin, demanding release. Beta Taurian burst into the room a second later, weapon drawn, followed by a squad of bloodied but alert guards. They took in the scene instantly. The shattered furniture, the unconscious housekeeper, the wailing heirs, and their king standing amidst the ruin like an avatar of vengeance. "Alpha," Taurian breathed, holstering his gun and rushing to the cribs. "They're safe. Thank the goddess." "Secure them," Alarick ordered. His voice was unrecognizable, a grinding tectonic plate of sound. "Get the medics for Katniss. Move the heirs to the vault. Triple guard. If a fly enters that room, kill it." "And the nanny?" Taurian asked, looking at the pool of blood near the window. Did they kill her?" Alarick turned slowly. His eyes were no longer gold. They were black, the pupils blown wide with violence. He walked to the window, stepping over the scorched carpet where Asena had fought. He inhaled deeply, dissecting the layers of scent that lingered in the stagnant air. He smelled the rogues, fear, sweat, unwashed fur. He smelled Ereufi, expensive cologne masking decay. He smelled the chemical stench of the Institute soldiers. But underneath it all, he smelled the truth. "She isn't dead," Alarick said, the words tasting like ash. "They took her alive. She fought them, Taurian. She burned them. And when she couldn't win, she traded herself." He looked at the broken door. Someone let them in. The shields didn't fail. They were lowered. The north gate was opened from the inside. He strode past Torian, exiting the nursery with a purpose that made the guards press themselves against the walls to avoid touching him. He didn't head for the exit to chase the truck. Not yet. A hunter didn't chase blindly. A hunter cleared his own den first. Noof! Alarick roared into his comms link, the device cracking under the pressure of his grip. Report! Security Center secure, Alpha. Ernoof's voice came back, sounding winded and furious. We found the breach point. It was a manual override from the medical supply sublevel. Who? Alarick demanded, stalking down the hallway, tracking the scent of betrayal that wound through the castle corridors like a poisonous snake. We have a visual on the suspect attempting to access the service tunnels, Ernoof replied. It's Dr. Corinne. Dr. Corinne was fast, but she was human. She had abandoned her lab coat and was sprinting through the damp, dimly lit service tunnels that ran beneath the castle foundation, clutching a hard drive to her chest. She could hear the chaos above, the sirens, the shouting. She knew the extraction team had left without her. Ariufi had promised her a seat on the transport, but rogues never kept their promises. She reached the heavy iron grate that led to the storm drains, her exit. She fumbled with the keypad, her fingers slippery with sweat. Access denied. Come on, she hissed, typing the code again. Access denied. The codes have been rotated. A voice spoke from the darkness behind her. Corinne spun around, dropping the hard drive. It clattered on the concrete, shattering. Alpha Alarick stepped out of the shadows. He didn't look like a king. He looked like a monster wearing a man's skin. He was stripped to the waist, his shirt lost somewhere in the frenzy, revealing the tattoos of his rank and the scars of his wars. He wasn't running. He was stalking, his movement fluid and terrifyingly silent. Alarick! Corinne gasped, backing up against the cold iron grate. Listen to me. It was necessary. You don't understand what she is. I understand that you opened my gates to murderers, Alarick said, his voice terrifyingly calm. He took a step forward. I understand that you sold my security for… what? Money? Research? For the safety of the species, Corinne cried, her voice echoing in the tunnel. She is a chimera, Alarick, a genetic abomination created in a lab. Do you know what Herald does? They splice predator DNA into human hosts. She isn't a person. She's a weapon waiting to detonate. I did it to get her out of the nest before she turned on the heirs. Alarick stopped 3 feet from her. The air around him shimmered with heat. She saved them, he growled. She walked into fire for them. She stood alone against Ariufi for them, while you lowered the shields and let the wolves in. She fooled you, Corinne screamed, desperate now. It's biological mimicry. She was designed to infiltrate. I made a deal, Asena for the pack. Ariufi swore he wouldn't touch the children if he got the asset. And you trusted a rogue, Alarick said, shaking his head slowly. You are the doctor. You are supposed to be the smartest person in the room, yet you were the only one stupid enough to believe a traitor. He reached out. Corinne tried to dodge, but she was moving in slow motion compared to an alpha. His hand closed around her throat, lifting her off the ground until her feet dangled inches above the concrete. He didn't squeeze. Not yet. Where are they taking her? Alarick asked. Corinne clawed at his wrist, her face turning red. I don't know. Alarick tightened his grip. A warning creak of cartilage echoed in the tunnel. My patients died in the nursery, Corinne. I will rip the answer out of your mind if I have to, and that leaves you a vegetable. Tell me. Sector 4, Corinne choked out, tears streaming down her face. The old ironworks. They have a field lab set up. They need to stabilize her before transport. Alarick stared at her for a long second, his eyes searching hers for deceit. He found only terror. Sector 4, he repeated. He dropped her. Corinne collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, rubbing her bruised throat. "Thank you, Alpha," she wheezed. I will go into exile. I will—" "Exile?" Alarick looked down at her, his expression devoid of mercy. "You betrayed the pack, Corinne. You endangered the heirs. There is no exile for that." He looked over his shoulder. Captain Ernouf stepped out of the shadows, his face grim, his stun baton replaced by a heavy service pistol. "Take out the trash, Captain," Alarick ordered, turning his back and walking away. As he strode back toward the light, a single gunshot echoed through the tunnel, final and absolute. Alarick emerged into the courtyard, the sunlight blinding after the darkness of the tunnels. The castle was buzzing with activity. Betatorian had secured the perimeter. The fires were being put out. The wounded were being tended to. But Alarick felt none of it. He was focused on a singular point of clarity that burned in the center of his chest. He walked to the center of the courtyard, where his elite guard, the War Pack, was assembling. These were the largest, most lethal wolves in the territory. They were cleaning their weapons, bandaging their wounds, waiting for orders. When they saw him, they went silent. They stood taller. They smelled the change in him. Alarick stopped. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer force of the bond that was screaming at him. He realized now why he had hesitated in the nursery during the storm. He had been trying to replace Adokina. He had been trying to fit Asena into the hole his wife had left. But Asena didn't fit there. She had carved her own space. She wasn't a replacement. She was a miracle. A second chance given to a man who didn't deserve it. She had faced Yeriufi, a monster that grown men fled from, armed with a candlestick and a bottle of alcohol. She had surrendered her freedom, her body, her life, to ensure that Geri, Boris, and Tala would see another sunrise. "She is mine," Alarick whispered to himself. It wasn't possessive. It was factual. It was the fundamental law of his universe rearranging itself. She was his mate, not a potential mate, not a girlfriend. Mate. The bond had snapped into place the moment she sacrificed herself. He felt the phantom pain of it stretching across the miles, a golden thread pulling him toward Sector 4. He looked up at Torian. "Is the strike team ready?" "Ready, Alpha," Torian said, stepping forward. "We have 20 wolves, 2 armored transports, but the ironworks, it's a fortress. Alarick, Ariufi will be waiting, and if Harold is there, they will have tech we haven't seen." "I don't care if they have a dragon," Alarick said calmly. "We are going." "For the nanny?" Torian asked quietly, testing him. Alarick turned his gaze on his beta. The gold in his eyes was so bright it looked like liquid fire. "For the Luna," Alarick corrected. A ripple went through the assembled wolves. The Luna. He had claimed her. That changed everything. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. This was a crusade. "Listen to me." Alarick's voice boomed across the courtyard, amplified by his alpha power. Every wolf froze. Every human staff member stopped working. "They came into our home," Alarick roared, pacing the pavement. "They broke our doors. They threatened our children. And they stole one of our own." He stripped off the remnants of his tactical vest, throwing it to the ground. He began to unbuckle his pants. The air around him crackled with static electricity, the pressure dropping as his aura expanded, suffocating and immense. "They think we are weak because we mourn," Alarick shouted. "They think we are broken because we bleed, but they have forgotten what the Northern Pack is. bones cracked. Alarick fell to his knees, his spine arching as the change took him. It wasn't the smooth, practiced shift of a patrol. It was violent, explosive. Fur erupted from his skin, black as pitch. His jaw elongated, teeth snapping into place with the sound of ceramic breaking. He grew, expanding outward, muscle piling onto muscle until he stood nearly 5 feet at the shoulder. He wasn't just a wolf. He was the werewolf, the ancient primal form of the alpha line, designed for one thing: slaughter. He threw his massive head back and let out a roar that shattered the remaining windows in the courtyard. It was a command that bypassed the ears and went straight to the blood. Shift. Around him, 20 soldiers dropped to the ground. The sound of tearing clothes and snapping bones filled the air. Gray wolves, timber wolves, russet wolves. They rose from the shedding humanity, shaking out their coats, baring their fangs. A legion of monsters. The great black wolf turned his burning gold eyes toward the south, toward Sector 4, toward the ironworks. He could feel her fear. It was a faint, trembling vibration in the back of his mind. She was awake. She was terrified, and she was waiting for him. "We hunt." Alarick's voice echoed telepathically in the minds of his pack, a sound like grinding stones. "We kill them all. We bring her home." He launched himself toward the shattered gates, his claws striking sparks on the pavement. He didn't wait for the trucks. He ran, and behind him a tide of fur and fury surged forward, a living wave of death pouring out of the castle to drown the world. Chapter 15. Consciousness returned to Asena like a slap to the face. The world was cold, hard, and smelled violently of iron and old blood. She gasped, her lungs expanding against the tight constriction of plastic zip ties that bound her wrists to a rusted vertical pipe. She wasn't in the castle anymore. The plush carpets and warm fires of the East Wing were gone, replaced by the skeletal remains of an industrial cathedral, the old ironworks. She was sitting on a concrete floor in what looked like a makeshift field lab. Portable generators hummed in the corner, powering blinding LED floodlights that washed out the shadows of the derelict factory. Tables were set up, covered in stainless steel trays, syringes, and monitors. "She's awake," a voice noted calmly. Asena blinked against the glare. A man stood over her. He was slight, wearing a pristine white lab coat that looked absurd amidst the grime of the factory. He adjusted his rimless glasses, looking down at her not with malice, but with a terrifying, clinical curiosity. "Hello, Asena," the man said. "Or should I say, 714? "Harold," Asena rasped, the name tasting like poison. "Dr. Harold," he corrected gently. He reached out, grabbing her chin and turning her head to inspect her eyes. "Pupil response is sluggish. The tranquilizer dose was high, but your metabolism is burning through it at 3 times the human rate. Fascinating. The chimera strain has adapted to the stress." "Let me go," Asena spat, jerking her head away. "Let you go?" Harold chuckled, a dry, dusty sound. "My dear, you are the most expensive piece of intellectual property on this continent. Do you have any idea how hard it is to splice shifter genetics into a human helix without causing systemic organ failure? We went through 713 failures before you. You are the miracle. You are the bridge between species." Movement in the shadows caught Asena's eye. Alpha Iriufi stepped into the light, leaning on his silver-headed cane. He looked bored, checking a heavy gold pocket watch. "Spare us the science lecture, Doctor," Iriufi drawled. "The transport is 5 minutes out. Is the asset stable for travel?" "She is perfect," Harold said, picking up a syringe filled with a clear liquid. "I just need to administer a stabilizer. We can't have her waking up mid-flight and causing a scene." "You aren't taking me anywhere," Asena said, her voice gaining strength. She tested the zip ties. They were industrial grade, biting into her wrists, but the pipe she was attached to was old, rusted. "The Alpha is coming," Ariufi laughed. "The Alpha is mourning his children, my dear. He thinks you're dead, or he thinks you betrayed him. Either way, no one is coming to save a lab rat." Harold moved to prep the syringe, turning his back to her. Ariufi, confident in her restraints, wandered over to the factory bay doors to watch for the transport, leaving Asena guarded only by a single rogue wolf, the one she had stabbed in the shoulder back in the nursery. His arm was in a sling, and he was looking at her with murder in his eyes. "I hope you try to run," the rogue growled, flashing yellow teeth. "The king said we can't kill you. He didn't say we couldn't break your legs." Asena ignored him. Her mind was racing, analyzing her environment with the cold precision of a trapped animal. The pipe behind her was corroded, the concrete floor was gritty, and on the table next to Harold, amidst the medical supplies, sat a bottle of high-concentration ammonia, used for sterilization. She looked at the rogue. He was standing too close. He was angry, and anger made wolves sloppy. "Does it hurt?" Asena asked quietly, nodding at his sling. "Shut up," the rogue snapped. "I aimed for the brachial plexus," Asena lied smoothly. "If I severed the nerve, you'll never shift that arm again. It'll just hang there. Dead weight." The rogue's eyes widened. Fear spiked in his scent, overpowering the anger. "You're lying." "Am I?" Asena tilted her head. "Check your fingers. Are they numb? That's the first sign of necrosis." The rogue instinctively looked down at his hand, flexing his fingers. In that split second of distraction, Asena moved. She didn't try to break the zip ties. She didn't try to pull the pipe down. She used a trick she had learned escaping the Institute the first time. She dislocated her own thumb. The pain was blinding, a sharp, sickening pop that made her vision swim, but she bit her tongue to keep from screaming. With her thumb folded flat against her palm, her hand became narrow enough to slide. She greased her skin with the sweat and blood on her wrist and pulled. It felt like she was stripping the skin off her hand. She ground her teeth, tears leaking from her eyes, pulling, until... Pop! Her right hand slid free of the plastic loop. The rogue looked up, realizing too late that she wasn't just talking. Asena didn't stand up. She grabbed the rusted pipe with her free hand and swung her body weight around it, lashing out with her legs. She caught the rogue behind the knees, sweeping his legs out from under him. He hit the concrete with a heavy thud, yelling in surprise. "Hey!" Harold shouted, spinning around. Asena was already moving. She scrambled to her feet, her left hand still cuffed to the pipe, but her right hand free. She couldn't reach the door. She couldn't reach a weapon, but she could reach the table. She grabbed the bottle of ammonia. "Don't shoot her!" Harold screamed as the rogue on the floor fumbled for his sidearm. "She's flammable!" Asena didn't drink it. She didn't throw it. She smashed the bottle against the rusted pipe. Glass shattered. The pungent, suffocating fumes of concentrated ammonia exploded into the air instantly. It was a chemical weapon, devastating to human noses but blinding to the heightened senses of a werewolf. The rogue on the floor gagged, clutching his face as the fumes hit his olfactory nerves like a blowtorch. He rolled away, retching, blinded by tears. Ariufi, standing by the door, roared, covering his nose and mouth with his sleeve. Even Harold was coughing, stumbling back, his eyes streaming. Asena held her breath, squinting against the sting. She grabbed a shard of the broken glass from the table. She jammed it into the plastic zip tie on her left wrist, sawing frantically. The glass sliced into her skin, mixing blood with the ammonia, burning like acid, but the plastic gave way. She was free. "Get her!" Ariufi bellowed, his voice muffled by his coat. "Stop her!" Asena grabbed a heavy metal tray from the table and hurled it at the floodlight. Crash. The bulb shattered, plunging the immediate area into semi-darkness. She sprinted away from the lab setup, diving into the maze of rusted machinery and shadows of the factory floor. "Seal the exits," Ariufi commanded, his cane tapping furiously on the concrete as he moved out of the gas cloud. "She's in the building! Flush her out!" Asena huddled behind a massive, dormant furnace, popping her thumb back into the socket with a whimper of agony. She was cornered. She was unarmed. She was surrounded by super predators, but she was loose, and a ranger in the wild was never helpless. She looked up at the high factory windows. They were painted black with grime, but through a broken pane, she could see the night sky. Alarick, she thought, a desperate prayer. "I'm here." Silence fell over the factory, heavy and menacing. The rogue wolves, Ariufi's elite guard, were fanning out, moving silently through the shadows. Asena could hear the click of claws on concrete. They were hunting her. She looked around for a weapon, a pipe, a chain, anything. Then she felt it. It wasn't a sound. It was a vibration. The dust on the floor began to dance. The water in a puddle near her feet rippled. A low, rhythmic thrumming was building in the earth, getting louder, closer, heavier. The rogue nearest to her hiding spot stopped sniffing the air. He pricked his ears forward. He looked confused. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a stampede. Suddenly, the massive corrugated steel doors at the far end of the factory, doors designed to let semi-trucks pass through, groaned. The metal buckled inward. Ariufi spun around, his violet eyes widening. "What is that?" The doors didn't open. They were torn off their hinges. With a screech of tearing metal that sounded like a dying god, the steel wall shattered. A cloud of dust and debris exploded into the factory, and through the haze, a nightmare emerged. It was a wolf, but it was too big to be a wolf. It was a black mountain of muscle and fur standing 5 feet at the shoulder, its eyes burning with the light of a supernova. The werewolf. Alarick let out a roar that blew the remaining glass out of the windows. It wasn't a challenge. It was a verdict. Behind him, 20 more wolves poured into the factory, a gray and brown tide of violence. They didn't stop to bark. They didn't stop to posture. They hit the rogue line like a freight train. Asena stood up from behind the furnace, her heart hammering against her ribs, tears mixing with the grime on her face. She watched the black wolf tear through a metal barricade as if it were paper, his eyes scanning the room frantically until they locked onto her. For a second, the violence in his gaze paused. He saw her. He saw she was alive. Then he looked at Ariufi. The werewolf bared teeth the size of daggers, lowered his head, and charged. The rescue hadn't just arrived. The apocalypse had. Chapter 16. The old ironworks factory, moments ago a silent tomb of dust and rusted machinery, was now a cauldron of noise and violence that defied description. When the northern pack hit the rogue line, it wasn't a battle. It was a demolition. The massive steel doors lay crumpled on the concrete like discarded foil, and through the breach poured a relentless tide of gray and brown fur, led by the titanic black shadow of the werewolf. Asena pressed herself into the recess of the dormant furnace, covering her ears as the sound of the collision tore through the air. It was a wet, sickening thud of bodies impacting at full speed, followed instantly by the cacophony of snarls, breaking bones, and the screams of men who hadn't shifted fast enough. Alarick was a blur of lethal efficiency. He didn't stop to engage individual soldiers. He plowed through them. A rogue wolf lunged at his flank, claws scrabbling for purchase on the werewolf's thick hide. Alarick didn't even slow down. He snapped his massive jaws sideways, catching the attacker by the spine and tossing him into a stack of metal crates with enough force to dent the steel. He was a force of nature, a hurricane of teeth and claws fueled by a mate bond rage that burned hot enough to sear the air. The rogues, hardened mercenaries who had fought in border wars for decades, broke rank immediately. They had expected a rescue party. They had gotten an execution squad. Panic spread like a contagion. Ariufi's elite guard turned from predators into prey, scrambling over the machinery, trying to find higher ground, trying to escape the slaughterhouse floor. Asena peeked out from her hiding spot, her eyes watering from the lingering ammonia fumes and the rising dust. She saw Betatorian, in his russet wolf form, coordinate a pincer movement, cutting off the rogue's retreat to the loading dock. The northern wolves moved with a telepathic synchronicity that was terrifying to behold. They were a single organism with 20 mouths, chewing through the enemy line. But Alarick wasn't fighting the line. He was hunting the head. He leaped over a forklift, his claws gouging deep sparks into the concrete, his burning gold eyes fixed on the catwalk above where Alpha Ariufi stood. The rogue king was shouting orders that no one could hear over the din, firing a heavy pistol down into the fray. A bullet struck Alarick's shoulder, puffing a cloud of black fur and blood into the air. Alarick didn't flinch. He didn't pause. He just looked up, bared teeth that were stained red, and launched himself at the metal staircase. The metal groaned and buckled under his immense weight as he ascended, tearing the railing off with a swipe of his paw. He was coming for the king. On the catwalk, Alpha Ariufi realized his gun was empty. He threw it down in disgust, the heavy weapon clattering uselessly onto the factory floor below. He watched the black monster bounding up the stairs, shaking the entire structure with every landing. There was no escape. The windows were too high. The exits were blocked by Torian's wolves, and the stairs were occupied by death itself. Ariufi was a survivor. He hadn't built a rogue empire by running away. He gripped the silver head of his cane and twisted. With a metallic shing, he drew a long, razor-sharp blade concealed within the wood, silver-coated steel, lethal to any shifter. "Come then, pup," Ariufi roared, his voice cracking with adrenaline. "Let's see if you bleed like your wife did." The taunt hit its mark. Alarick let out a roar that shattered the remaining overhead lights, plunging the catwalk into semi-darkness illuminated only by the sparks of the battle below. He reached the top platform and lunged. Ariufi didn't shift. He knew he couldn't match the werewolf in brute strength. Instead, he used his human agility. He sidestepped Alarick's snapping jaws, driving the silver blade toward the Alpha's eye. Alarick moved with supernatural speed for a creature of his size. He jerked his head, taking the blade in the thick ruff of his neck instead. The silver burned, sizzling against his skin. But pain was a distant concept to a wolf in this state. Alarick used his momentum to body-check Ariufi, slamming the rogue king into the safety railing. The railing gave way. Both men, wolf and human, tumbled off the catwalk, falling 20 feet to the factory floor. They hit a pile of wooden shipping pallets, the impact exploding the wood into shrapnel. Asena gasped, stepping out from her cover. "Alarick!" From the splintered wreckage, the werewolf rose first, shaking sawdust from his coat. He was bleeding from the neck and shoulder, but he stood steady. Ariufi scrambled out of the debris a second later. He was limping badly now, his fine coat torn, his face bloodied. The cane sword was lost. Ariufi looked at Alarick, then at the circle of northern wolves that had stopped fighting to watch the duel. He knew it was over. He had one card left. His body began to convulse. bones cracked and reshaped with sickening wet pops. Ariufi fell to his hands and knees, screaming as his humanity tore apart. He shifted. He wasn't a majestic wolf. He was a mangy, gray beast, covered in old scars, his left hind leg withered and twisted. But he was massive, fueled by desperation and madness. The gray wolf snarled, foam dripping from his jaws. The black wolf lowered his head, a low rumble vibrating in his chest. They collided in the center of the room. It wasn't a fight. It was a maelstrom of fur and teeth. They tore at each other, rolling over the concrete, crashing into machinery. Ariufi fought dirty, snapping at Alarick's injured leg, trying to hamstring him. But Alarick fought with the cold, calculated fury of an executioner. He took the bites. He took the scratches, waiting for the opening, and then he found it. Ariufi lunged for Alarick's throat, overextending. Alarick sidestepped, clamped his massive jaws onto the back of the gray wolf's neck, and bit down. While the titans fought in the center of the room, a smaller, desperate drama was unfolding in the shadows of the lab area. Dr. Harold had used the chaos of the initial breach to dive under a workbench. He was a scientist, not a soldier. He watched with terrified fascination as his mercenaries were slaughtered by the shifters. He clutched his briefcase to his chest. Inside were the hard drives containing years of research on Subject 714, the blood samples he had taken, and the genetic mapping of the chimera strain. If he could get out, he could start over. He could clone her. He saw the factory bay doors were blocked by the northern pack, but there was a small personnel door near the chemical storage lockers, partially obscured by a fallen shelf. Harold crawled on his hands and knees, keeping his head down as debris flew over him. He reached the chemical lockers and stood up, smoothing his lab coat, his hand reaching for the doorknob. "Going somewhere, Doctor?" Harold froze. He turned slowly. Asena stood 10 feet away. She was battered, her gray tunic torn, her face smeared with soot and blood. Her right hand was swollen and purple where she had dislocated her thumb, but in her left hand, she held a jagged shard of glass from the ammonia bottle. She didn't look like a victim anymore. She looked like the predator he had tried to create. "Asena," Harold said, his voice trembling but trying for authority. "Now. Be reasonable. You are confused. The adrenaline is clouding your judgment. I am your creator. Without me, you wouldn't exist." "Without you," Asena said, taking a step forward, "I would have had a mother. I would have had a name instead of a number." "I gave you gifts," Harold argued, backing up until he hit the door. "Your healing factor, your strength, your ability to survive things that kill normal humans. You are the apex of evolution. You belong in a lab, where your gifts can save humanity, not playing house with beasts." "These beasts," Asena said, her voice deadly quiet, "treat me with more humanity than you ever did." Harold's eyes darted around for a weapon. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a spare tranquilizer pistol. He leveled it at her chest. "Stay back. I built you and I can dismantle you." He pulled the trigger. Asena didn't freeze. She moved. She anticipated the shot, twisting her body to the side. The dart grazed her arm, tearing the fabric but missing the vein. She didn't stop. She closed the distance in 2 strides, faster than any human should be able to move. Harold tried to fire again, but Asena swung her injured right hand, using the cast-iron heavy swelling as a club. She backhanded him across the face. Harold's glasses shattered. He spun around, dropping the gun in the briefcase. He crumpled to the floor, spitting blood. Asena kicked the gun away and pinned him to the door with her knee on his chest. She pressed the shard of glass against his throat, right over his carotid artery. "You didn't build me," Asena whispered, leaning down until her nose touched his. "You just broke me." and I put myself back together. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the factory, silencing the remaining pockets of fighting. In the center of the room, the black werewolf stood over the motionless body of the gray wolf. Alarick released his grip on Ariophi's neck. The rogue king let out one last, rattling breath, his form shimmering and shrinking back into the broken body of a human man. It was over. The head of the snake was cut off. Alarick lifted his massive head, blood dripping from his muzzle. He didn't look at his victory. He looked for her. He scanned the room, his chest heaving, his gold eyes frantic. He saw the lab area. He saw Asena kneeling over Harold. She was safe. She was alive. Alarick let out a chuff of relief, taking a step toward her, intending to shift back, to hold her, to take her home. "Don't move!" The scream came from Harold. In a moment of distraction, while Asena had looked toward Alarick, the scientist had pulled a concealed ceramic scalpel from his sleeve. He slashed upward, catching Asena's arm, forcing her to recoil. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed her by her hair, and hauled her backward. He jammed the scalpel against her throat, hiding his body behind hers. "Stay back!" Harold shrieked, his voice cracking with hysteria. "Stay back, or I open her jugular!" Alarick froze. The 20 wolves of the northern pack froze. The silence in the factory was absolute, broken only by the drip of coolant from a ruptured pipe. The werewolf stood 20 feet away. He could cover that distance in a second, but a scalpel took a fraction of a second to cut. He looked at Asena. Her face was pale, her eyes wide, fixed on his. He saw the thin line of red appearing on her neck where the blade pressed against her skin. Alarick let out a low, vibrating whine. It was a sound of pure agony. He was the most powerful creature in the room, yet he was powerless. If he moved, she died. "I'm walking out of here," Harold shouted, dragging Asena toward the exit. "I'm taking the asset, and I'm walking out. If anyone follows, she bleeds. Do you hear me, Alpha? She bleeds." Asena's hands clawed at Harold's arm, but he had the leverage. She looked at Alarick. She saw the rage warring with the fear in his eyes. She saw him bunching his muscles, calculating the odds, realizing they were 0. She had to do something. She couldn't let Harold take her back to the White Room. She couldn't let Alarick watch her die. She met Alarick's gaze. She didn't signal for help. She signaled a goodbye. And then she did the only thing Harold didn't expect. She stopped fighting to get away. She slumped her dead weight backward, forcing him to adjust his grip, and then she stomped her heel down, not on his foot, but onto the exposed, broken glass scattered on the floor behind her, dragging his shin across it. Chapter 17. The sound of Harold's shin scraping against the jagged glass was a wet, sickening crunch that cut through the silence of the factory. The scientist shrieked, his composure shattering as pain shot up his leg. For a fraction of a second, his grip on Asena's hair loosened, and the hand holding the scalpel wavered, pulling away from her throat instinctively to brace for the fall. That fraction of a second was all the werewolf needed. Alarick didn't run. He exploded from his standstill. He covered the 20 feet between them in a blur of black fur and kinetic energy that the human eye could barely track. Harold saw the shadow coming, but his brain couldn't process the speed of an alpha defending his mate. He tried to bring the scalpel back down to finish the job, but Asena dropped to her knees, making herself a small target, leaving Harold exposed. The werewolf hit him like a missile. Alarick's massive jaws clamped around Harold's outstretched arm, the one holding the blade. There was a sharp snap of bone, followed by the clatter of the ceramic scalpel hitting the concrete. Harold didn't even have time to scream before the momentum of the 1,000-pound wolf slammed him into the metal door of the chemical locker. The impact dented the steel. Harold crumpled to the floor, unconscious and broken. His reign of terror ended by the brute force of nature he had tried to control. Alarick didn't maul him. He didn't tear him apart. He stood over the fallen scientist, his chest heaving, a low, rumbling growl vibrating in his throat that warned every living thing in the room to stay back. He nudged Harold's body with his snout, checking for a threat. Finding none, the werewolf turned slowly, his gold eyes burning with the afterglow of violence, locked onto Asena. She was kneeling on the floor amidst the glass and blood, clutching her neck where the blade had nicked her. She was trembling, but she didn't look away. She looked up at the monster who had just ripped through an army to get to her, and she didn't see a beast. She saw her savior. The factory went deathly silent. The northern wolves formed a protective perimeter, their backs to the couple, giving their alpha privacy while guarding against any surviving rogues. Alarick took a step toward Asena. He lowered his massive head, sniffing the air around her frantically. He smelled the blood on her neck. A thin line, superficial, but the scent of it drove his wolf mad. He whined, a high-pitched sound of distress that seemed impossible coming from such a terrifying creature. He nudged her shoulder with his wet nose, checking her for broken bones, for chemical burns, for anything Harold might have done. "I'm okay," Asena whispered, her voice shaking. She reached out, her hand hovering over his snout. "Alarick, I'm okay." Her touch was the catalyst. The moment her fingers brushed the coarse black fur of his muzzle, the tension in the beast's frame snapped. The werewolf shuddered violently. Bones cracked and reformed. Fur receded into skin. The massive form shrank down, collapsing inward until the wolf was gone, and Alarick knelt before her. He was naked, covered in dust, sweat, and the blood of his enemies. But he didn't care. He didn't care that his pack was watching. He reached out with trembling hands and cupped her face, tilting her head back to inspect the cut on her neck. His thumbs brushed away the soot on her cheeks, his eyes scanning every inch of her face as if memorizing it for the first time. "He cut you," Alarick choked out, his voice raw and wrecked. "I was too slow. I let him touch you." "You were perfect," Asena sobbed, the adrenaline finally crashing, leaving her weak. She grabbed his wrists, holding on to him as if he were the only solid thing in a spinning world. "You came. You actually came." "Did you think I wouldn't?" Alarick asked, his eyes searching hers. "Did you think I would let them take you?" "I thought," Asena swallowed hard, "I thought you only cared about the heirs. I thought I was just the nanny." Alarick froze. The pain in his expression was visceral. He leaned his forehead against hers, closing his eyes, breathing in the scent of ash and wildflowers that clung to her skin. "You are not the nanny," he whispered fiercely against her skin. "You are the air in my lungs. You are the only reason I am still standing." Alarick pulled back slightly, his gold eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. He moved his hand to the back of her neck, his fingers tangling in her hair, holding her in place. The bond between them, which had been a thin, fragile thread during the storm, was now a roaring river of emotion. He could feel her relief, her exhaustion, and the deep, buried love she was too afraid to name. "I tried to deny it," Alarick confessed, his voice rough. "I thought it was grief. I thought it was madness. But when I walked into that empty nursery, when I saw your blood on the floor, my soul ripped in half, Asena." He brushed his thumb over the brand on her shoulder, the sub-714 scar that Harold had put there. "Harold branded you like property. He gave you a number, but he didn't know what you were. He thought you were an experiment." Alarick leaned in, his lips brushing against the scar, a gesture of reverence and possession. You are not a number. You are not a ranger. You are not a fugitive. He lifted his head, locking his gaze with hers. The air around them seemed to shimmer with the weight of his alpha command. You are my mate, Alarick said. It wasn't a question. It was a decree, a fundamental law of the universe. I claim you, Asena Vance, before my pack, before the goddess. I claim your life, your breath, and your heart, and I swear to you on the blood of my ancestors that if anyone ever tries to take you from me again, I will burn this world down to the bedrock to get you back. Asena stared at him, tears spilling over her lashes. For 5 years she had been running. She had been looking over her shoulder, waiting for the cage door to slam shut. But looking into Alarick's eyes, she realized the running was over. This wasn't a cage. It was a home. I'm tired of running, Alarick, she whispered. Then stop, he said. He leaned in and kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It was desperate. It was a kiss of survival, of possession, of two broken people fusing their jagged edges together to make something whole. It tasted of blood and tears and promise. Asena melted into him, wrapping her arms around his neck, finally letting go of the fear she had carried since she was 6 years old. Around them, the wolves of the northern pack lifted their heads and let out a howl, a song of victory and union that shook the rafters of the old factory, announcing to the night that the king had found his queen. The drive back to the castle was a blur of flashing lights and armored convoys. Alarick refused to let Asena ride in the ambulance. She sat in the passenger seat of his SUV, his hand gripping her thigh the entire way, as if he needed constant physical confirmation that she hadn't vanished. When they crested the final ridge, the castle came into view. It was battered. The gates were gone, smoke still curled from the courtyard, and the facade was scarred by turret fire. But the lights were on. The flag of the northern pack was still flying. They pulled into the courtyard, which was crowded with pack members, medics, and staff. A cheer went up as the Alpha's vehicle stopped, a roar of relief that their leader had returned victorious. But Alarick ignored the crowd. He marched Asena up the grand steps, shielding her from the press of bodies, heading straight for the vault. The heavy steel doors of the secure room stood open, guarded by Beta Taurian. Inside, it was quiet. Katniss sat on a cot, a bandage around her head, looking pale but alert, and in 3 portable bassinets, the heirs were sleeping fitfully. Alarick stopped in the doorway. He looked at his children, then he looked at Asena. Go, he said softly. Asena walked into the room. Her legs felt weak. She reached the first bassinet. Geri. He was sleeping with his fist curled near his face. Asena reached out and touched his cheek. His eyes snapped open. He didn't cry. He blinked, focusing on her face. He took a deep, shuddering breath, inhaling her scent. Smoke, and blood, and mother. His little face scrunched up, and he let out a soft coo, kicking his legs. Boris woke up next. Then Tala. They didn't scream. They didn't wail. They just looked at her with their silver eyes, recognizing the piece of their world that had been missing. Tala reached her arms up, making a grasping motion. Asena picked her up, burying her face in the baby's neck, the tears finally coming freely. I'm back, she sobbed. I'm back. I didn't leave you. Alarick stepped up behind her, wrapping his massive arms around both of them, sandwiching them against his chest. He rested his chin on Asena's head, closing his eyes as he listened to the 4 heartbeats that mattered most to him. Geri, Boris, Tala, and Asena, beating in sync. The war was over. The traitors were dead. The scientist was broken. But as Alarick stood there, holding his fractured family together. He knew the real work was just beginning. He had won the war, but now he had to build the peace, and for the first time since Adokina died, he believed it was possible. Chapter 18. The smoke had finally cleared from the courtyard of the northern fortress, replaced by the sounds of hammers, saws, and the low, rhythmic chanting of the work crews repairing the shattered gates. It had been 48 hours since the Battle of the Ironworks. The castle, once a silent mausoleum of grief, was alive with a chaotic, vibrant energy. Asena stood on the balcony of the royal suite, watching the reconstruction below. She wore a simple white dress, her arm in a sling, and a bandage covering the cut on her neck. She looked down at the pack members moving debris. They weren't just fixing a wall, they were rebuilding their pride. The heavy glass door behind her slid open. Alarick stepped out, carrying 2 mugs of coffee. He was dressed in casual clothes, jeans and a black t-shirt that did nothing to hide the fresh bandages on his own shoulder where Ariufi had stabbed him. He looked tired, the dark circles still bruising his eyes, but the frantic, paranoid edge that had defined him for 3 months was gone. In its place was a quiet, solid strength. "They work fast," Asena noted, taking the mug he offered. "They are motivated," Alarick replied, leaning his hip against the stone railing. He looked down at his people. For months they walked on eggshells. They were afraid to breathe too loud in case I snapped. Now, they have a future to build. He turned his gaze to her. "Captain Ernouf asked to speak with you." Asena stiffened. "Is he going to arrest me again?" "No," Alarick said, a small smirk touching his lips. "He wants to apologize. He found the chemical traces in Corinne's quarters. He knows you were right about the bird. He feels foolish. For a head of guard, that is a fate worse than death." "I don't need his apology," Asena said softly, looking out at the mountains. "I just need to know I'm not a prisoner anymore." Alarick reached out, his hand covering hers on the railing. "You were never a prisoner, Asena. You were just lost, and now you are home." He set his mug down and turned her to face him. "There is one more thing we must do before the ceremony tonight. One last ghost to put to rest." The private cemetery of the royal family was a quiet, secluded grove of weeping willows and white marble stones, tucked away behind the east wing. It was beautiful, peaceful, and terribly sad. Asena walked beside Alarick, her hand in his. They stopped before a new, pristine monument made of black obsidian. Etched into the stone was a single name, Adokina, and beneath it, Luna, warrior, mother. Alarick let go of Asena's hand and stepped forward. He knelt in the grass, unbowed but reverent. He placed his hand on the cold stone. For a long time, he didn't speak. The wind rustled the willow branches, creating a soft, hushing sound. "I brought her," Alarick said to the stone, his voice thick with emotion. "You sent her into the fire, didn't you? You knew I wouldn't let anyone else in. You knew I needed someone who was as stubborn as you were." Asena stood back, feeling like an intruder, yet strangely welcome. She touched the music box in her pocket, the one she had fixed. She stepped forward and placed it gently on the base of the headstone. "I'll take care of them," Asena whispered to the woman she had never met. "I promise. I will love them as if they were my own blood, and I will take care of him too." Alarick looked up at her. He stood slowly, wiping a single tear from his cheek. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black velvet band, the mourning band he had worn on his arm for 3 months. With a slow, deliberate movement, he untied it. He folded it neatly and placed it on the grave, next to the music box. "Rest now, my love," Alarick whispered. "We are safe." He turned to Asena. The grief wasn't gone. It would never be fully gone. But the weight of it had lifted. He held out his hand. "Are you ready?" he asked. Asena looked at his hand, the hand of the king. She looked at the scar on her shoulder that marked her as an experiment. She looked at the castle rising behind him. "Yes," she said, taking his hand. "I'm ready." 1 month later, the grand hall of the northern fortress was transformed. The dark drapes were gone, replaced by banners of silver and blue. The chandeliers blazed with light, illuminating a sea of faces. Wolves from every corner of the territory, gathered for the first time since the tragedy. Asena stood at the top of the grand staircase. She wore a gown of midnight blue silk that left her shoulders bare. She hadn't covered the sub-7 brand with makeup. She wore it openly, a testament to her survival. But around her neck she wore a heavy collar of diamonds and sapphires, the jewels of the northern Luna. The triplets were there too. Geri, Boris, and Tala were held by Katniss and 2 beaming nurses in the front row. They were bigger now, chubby and happy, their trauma fading into the resilience of youth. Betatorian stepped forward, raising his staff. "Pack of the North, tonight we do not just celebrate victory, we celebrate unity." The doors at the top of the stairs opened. Alarick stepped out. He looked magnificent in his ceremonial dress uniform, but his eyes were only for the woman standing beside him. He offered her his arm. "They're staring," Asena whispered, her grip on his arm tight. "Let them stare," Alarick replied, his voice filled with pride. "Let them see the woman who walked into hell and came back with my heart." They descended the stairs together. As they reached the bottom, the murmuring crowd went silent. Alarick stopped in the center of the hall. He turned to Asena and took both her hands. "I, Alarick, Alpha of the North," he boomed, his voice carrying to the rafters. "Acknowledge the debt of life I owe to this woman. She is the shield that guarded my heirs. She is the fire that burned my enemies. She is the mate chosen by my soul." He knelt on one knee, a king bowing to a commoner. The crowd gasped. "Asena Vance," Alarick said, looking up at her with adoring eyes. "Will you accept this pack? Will you lead us, not as a ranger, not as a guest, but as our Luna?" Asena looked at the hundreds of faces. She saw Ernouf, who nodded respectfully. She saw the guards she had fought beside. She saw the babies reaching for her. "I accept," she said, her voice clear and strong. "I am Pack." Alarick stood and kissed her, and the room exploded. 1,000 wolves threw their heads back and howled, a deafening, joyous song of acceptance that shook the dust from the chandeliers. The party lasted until dawn, but the royal family retired early. The nursery was quiet, lit only by the soft glow of the nightlight. Asena sat in the rocking chair, rocking Tala, who was fast asleep. Geri and Boris were already down, snoring softly in their cribs. Alarick stood by the window, looking out at the peaceful, moonlit mountains. He loosened his tie, sighing with contentment. He turned to look at them, his wife, his daughter, the picture of a peace he thought he would never have again. "You know," Alarick said softly, walking over to lean against the crib. "I looked at your old file again today, the one from the ranger service." Asena smiled tiredly. "Did you burn it?" "I framed it," Alarick teased. "It listed your 3 rules for survival. Do you remember them?" "I remember," Asena whispered, looking down at Tala's sleeping face. "Rule 1, stay hidden." "Well, you failed that one," Alarick said, gesturing to the castle. "You are the most visible woman in the kingdom." "Rule 2, stay human," Asena continued. "Failed that one too," Alarick murmured, brushing a knuckle against her cheek. You might not shift, Asena, but you have the heart of a wolf. You are more shifter than half the people in this castle. And Rule 3, Asena finished, her voice thick with emotion. Never get involved. She looked up at him, the man who had been a monster in her nightmares, then a tyrant in her hospital room, and finally, the savior of her soul. She looked at the babies who called her mama in everything but blood. I broke them all, she said. And thank the goddess you did, Alarick whispered. He leaned down, kissing her forehead, then Tala's. Because if you hadn't broken your rules, we would have all remained broken. Asena leaned her head against his chest, listening to the steady, strong beat of his heart. She closed her eyes, finally at peace. She had spent her life running from monsters, only to find that the safest place in the world was in the arms of one. The fire was out, the ghosts were gone, and for the first time in her life, Asena Vance didn't need any rules to survive. She just needed to live. Thank you so much for listening to She Saved 3 Pups from a Fire. I hope you fell in love with Asena, Alarick, and the triplets just as much as I did. If this story touched your heart, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps me bring more stories like this to life for you. And I'd love to know, what was your favorite scene? Let me know in the comments below. Until next time, take care.